Dear friends, welcome to the 24th Forum 2000 conference.
We will talk about the highlights and main commentaries.
So we are once again in dark, difficult, daunting times. But if we have these four: truth, solidarity, strategy, and responsibility, there will be brighter times ahead.
And during this pandemic, one of the most critical issues we must resolve has been how to safeguard our democratic system and way of life.
Democracy is still very much in its infancy. It has yet to reach full maturity. It's still very vulnerable.
50% or more than the Brazilian population cannot afford to stay at home.
Pandemic is actually being used by certain governments as an excuse.
So silence is complicit. First thing, we can begin with speaking out for human rights.
China's human rights problem is not just a domestic problem, but a universal affair.
Across Africa, the demand for democracy is outstripping supply.
That message of politics tolerance, of empathy is what I want to take forward from this year's conference.
And if you look at all in the countries, youth are energetic, they're creative, innovative, and they're ready to go for it.
That is what the corona crisis did. It showed, and it still shows, if we are willing to, if we really want, we can take a crisis seriously.
And I think it also gives us feeling that we will be able to cope with climate change and any other problems that come our way if we have the will to do it.
Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, our kingdom, more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Good afternoon, good morning, depending on wherever you are. Welcome to the second day of this year's Forum 2000 conference. As you have seen now a few minutes ago, yesterday's discussion were very interesting and dynamic. We had a number of very interesting speakers, among them President Tsai of Taiwan, Professor Garton Ash, President of the Czech Senate, Mr. Vystrčil. We had discussions about the potential of Africa. We had a discussion about human rights in China. We had a fascinating debate about climate change, a dialogue about populism in Latin America, both right and left. And today, I believe we have a program equally interesting on a number of other issues. We will be discussing the changing role of civic activism. We will be talking about the situation in Belarus with Foreign Minister Petříček and the leader of Belarusian opposition, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya. We will be discussing the growing global role of Asia. We will also be touching upon what is expecting us after the US presidential election, what is expecting us concerning the US role in the world. But before we start with the program today, we still have one more segment to show you and to share with you. We are not able to gather in Prague these days because of the global pandemic, but Prague has traditionally been the basis of Forum 2000. And it has also been, the city of Prague has also been a generous supporter. And also we are proud to say that the city of Prague shares many of the values of Forum 2000 Foundation. And the current Lord Mayor of Prague, Mr. Zdeněk Hřib, is one of the people in the Prague leadership who is very close in his worldview to what we in Forum 2000 believe. So it is now my great pleasure to introduce a very short interview by my program council colleague, Ms. Arzu Gejbula, with Lord Mayor Zdeněk Hřib.
Zdeněk Hřib has been the, I hope I get this one right, the primator of Prague since 2018. For non-native Czech speakers, primator means mayor. What you also need to know is that Mayor Hřib has a knack for making power enemies, as one Politico article described him recently. And here's why. The same year Mayor Hřib joined the office as mayor, he refused to agree to a request from the Chinese delegation that called to dismiss the delegation from Taiwan. Not only did he not agree to that, but he scrapped the Czech's capital twin city agreement with Beijing, which meant opposing the One China principle, and instead formed one with Taipei, capital of Taiwan. He has visited Taiwan twice as a mayor in 2019 and 2020, but his connections with Taiwan actually goes back to 2005, to the time when he studied there as part of a study abroad program. Mayor Hřib has also been very vocal about China's treatment of Uyghur Muslims and for hiding the actual numbers of corona patients until it was too late to prevent the world from contracting it. In retaliation to his views, the Chinese government in 2018 had revoked the China tour of Prague Philharmonia. He has also voiced his support for Tibet on a number of occasions. He flew the Tibetan flag from Prague City Hall and revived the tradition where city and town halls in Czech Republic traditionally hang the Tibetan flag to mark their solidarity with Tibetan uprising against the communist Chinese regime on March 10th, which marks the Tibetan Uprising Day. He's also a strong supporter of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We share that in common. I've met His Holiness the Dalai Lama as well. More recently, Mayor Hřib was placed under police protection after being targeted by Russian hitmen. The attempted attack came after Mayor Hřib angered Moscow by renaming the square outside the Russian embassy in Prague after Boris Nemtsov, a prominent critic of Putin's government in Russia, as many of you know. Apart from having strong and often contradictory views on foreign policy matters with the current Czech government, Mayor Hřib is also very active in internal national matters. On the 20th year anniversary of the Czech Republic joining NATO, the mayor delivered a special message, both in English and Czech, on Czechia being the first country in the former Eastern Bloc to join the Defense Alliance on March 12, 1999, along with Poland and Hungary. He did that inside the Czech metro. He also unfolded the flag of the country at the new town hall building on Mariánské náměstí to celebrate this cause. It was his idea to commemorate this celebration by including Prague's public transport, as a result of which over 300 trams in Prague took to the streets with the flags of the nation and NATO. Mayor Hřib, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you today.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this interview.
Mayor Hřib, my first question is, given your stand towards the foreign policy and world events, why do you consider it important for the city of Prague to have a principled stance on issues like the ones I briefly listed, whether it's One China principle or Tibetan uprising and others that we simply don't have time to cover, unfortunately?
Well, first of all, I have to say we are primarily focusing only on the issues which are concerning the city of Prague. However, as Prague is confident and open-minded and progressive city, some of these issues are in touch also with the foreign policy, because it is important to look outwards, to care about the state of affairs abroad. And naturally, this includes expressing concerns about human rights and anti-liberal tendencies around us, because it is important to keep speaking out on these issues, even after the intimidation from those we criticize.
Absolutely. And I personally remember from my time that I've lived in Prague a few times in my lifetime, I always sense this connection with what is going on across the world. So thank you for keeping that on the agenda, keeping the rest of the world on the agenda. So my second question, how do you see the legacy of Václav Havel affecting how Prague relates with the rest of the world, to the rest of the world?
Václav Havel was undoubtedly very important for improving the reputation of Czech Republic and Prague abroad, and his name resonates still in the world. On the other hand, the legacy of Václav Havel is rooted in a different historical, cultural, political context. So it is therefore crucial to have our own agenda, reflecting the first decade of the 21st century. And we should also aspire for the world to see Prague as a modern city with current and progressive standpoints, which can improve the current issues and set the right direction towards a sustainable future.
I certainly wish you much luck in that direction and on that path. Mayor Hip, this would be my last question. I wish there was more time, but this would be my last question to you. As you mentioned, Prague it's a multicultural metropolis, highly connected with the rest of the world. The city has been affected by the pandemic in many ways. I'm reading growing numbers of new infected patients. How do you see Prague and its position in the world after COVID, after this pandemic is over?
Well, the current pandemic certainly poses a huge challenge for the economy, for tourism, cultural events, and education, and it definitely limits the connections with the rest of the world. However, I see the current situation also as an opportunity to focus on innovations. For instance, in the area of digitalization, in organization of work or education or sustainable and green projects. We also have an opportunity to tackle some negative issues of the pre-COVID era, for example, like over-tourism in case of Prague. And I believe that if we manage to implement sophisticated and well-targeted innovations, the future position of Prague in the world can be even stronger than before.
I wish best of luck for that, for all the work that's in the process and for all the work that needs to be done. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for joining us for this interview.
Thank you very much, and bye.
Bye.
So thank you, Arzu and Mayor Hřib, for that. It's nice to hear so much optimism. We've heard yesterday a lot of optimism in the panels, and now from Zdeněk Hřib as well. We will all, of course, get through this crisis and hopefully get through in a better shape and stronger. With that, I would like to conclude this quick opening session, and in a moment we will continue with the first panel on civic activism. Welcome to the second day of the Forum 2000 conference.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, this think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
So I should say that in 1989 we wanted freedom. Today we have it. And we have so much of this unpleasant freedom that we want some people want some restrictions, more order, some strong leaders. Because, you know, it's hard to bear this difficult thing, freedom, in uncertain world. And freedom is difficult. And democracy is difficult because it put big requirements on us. So I think that only mature people can handle this thing, freedom, to their own happiness and to our common happiness. And we want to do something for this big aim.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000
on Mindset.
You know, COVID-19 is really the new stage of what you might call a battle of narratives between authoritarian countries and democracies.
But crises are, in many cases historically, an opportunity for autocratic-minded leaders to consolidate powers.
Partly because of the impact of the pandemic, the Cold War II is happening, and that it's not going to be easy to be non-aligned in this new Cold War.
The pandemic is not good news for civic activism, for civil society around the world.
An increasing social inequality after the financial crisis, potentially even more now after the corona crisis.
And I think the democratic world have never really experienced such a challenge in the last 2 decades.
The inadequate measures put by the government to protect people, to ensure that people's livelihoods are protected, and people can continue to have access to food and basic human rights during this lockdown.
By closing the borders, you confirm to the nativists that A, the problem comes from abroad, and B, you can stop that by closing the borders.
You know, there are a lot of challenges that are out in front of the private sector because of the COVID environment, and some opportunities, to be honest.
In some senses, we're seeing the emergence of new kinds of civic initiatives, trying to help out on the health emergency.
The dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century.
That was a great aspiration for us, and at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators.
We are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems.
Europe and EU is living the best time in our history.
We have to remember that democracy from the beginning was very much about the public.
In fact, most of the democratic decline is coming about not at the behest of populists, but at the behest of executives.
And perhaps we should simply think about a new formulation of liberalism.
In the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries.
Basically, we are living in a state of certain confusion with regard what is the future of the world for the next 20 to 50 years.
China, with the newly found economic power, rapidly built up its military forces. And more importantly, subtly, with the economic power, they corrupt the democratic way of life in the West.
We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question, what happens to the existing powers?
However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice which position they would like to take.
Now, the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators.
We believed in it when in prison we heard about solidarity from official Soviet Pravda. That was like the best proof that we are right, that people will not live under this dictatorship all their life.
We only have you as the international community to stand with us. And just like the speaker who spoke last night said, without international solidarity, we will perish.
We depend on borders. We elect people within districts. We're border-based. Borders matter, but I believe in relations and friendships between these countries.
Despite the horrendous atrocities the Uyghur people are facing today, we are confronted with a muted world. We need your help and support.
The level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented.
Through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom.
If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job.
The appropriate response to our present multifaceted crisis is the development and establishment of a culture of solidarity.
A była taka, nie możesz podnieść ciężaru, to doproś paru, abyś go podniósł.
Lifestyle matters, individual responsibility matters. But finally, individual responsibility is not a sufficient answer to the challenge we are facing.
Climate change, as I'm trying to see it, is in a way a challenge of humanity. It's a challenge of our morals. It's a challenge which is asking us to do things because they are right, not because we have immediate outcome from them.
Sasakwala and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this session on activated citizens. My name is Richard Youngs. I'm a senior fellow at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, working on Carnegie's democracy program, and it's my pleasure to be sharing this short session. The aim of this session is to examine more closely what we all know has been an unprecedented wave of pro-democracy protests around the world in recent years, and to assess how effective these protests have been, what lessons we can learn from them, how they may be made more effective in the future, and how they relate to some of the broader political trends that Forum 2000 is focusing on this year. My first job as chair is to apologize because we've had some connection difficulties. In theory, we've had an excellent panel to lead us through these issues. We have Miklas Minard, of course, well known in Czech Republic as chair until very recently of the Million Moments for Democracy movement. My Carnegie colleague, Maha Yaha, who's director of the Carnegie Middle East Center based in Lebanon, and following the very tragic and politically explosive events there very, very closely. And we were hoping to be joined by Marina Corina Machado, of course, very prominent opposition leader in Venezuela, but we think she may, for technical reasons, be unable to join us. Maybe she'll be able to call in a bit later. But at least with Miklas and Maha, we have two people from different perspectives who've been following and involved in some of the most prominent, well-known protests of recent years. My first question to both of you is, you obviously come from countries where the impact of protests has been quite different. How has your experience of the last 2 or 3 years, has it made you more optimistic or less optimistic in the role that activated citizens can play in prompting democratic change? Miklas, perhaps we'll hear from you first of all.
Okay, thank you, and hi to everybody. I would say definitely yes, I'm more optimistic because in the last 2 or 3 years, we in the Czech Republic witnessed something special and extraordinary. Especially last year, 2019, we've seen something that nobody expected, because exactly 30 years after World Revolution, people started to activize and to speak loudly what they are thinking about politics. We are witnessing a serious crisis of democracy in our country. our prime minister is criminally prosecuted in very huge conflict of interests. He is kind of oligarch and owning a quite important media house in Czech Republic. And he also tried to get the justice under his control. And that was the breaking point where people said to themselves, now that's really serious, and we must stand up and say no to this thing that is happening. And we were surprised that week by week last year, every week more and more people came to the streets and to the squares, not only in Prague, which is the capital, but also in hundreds of towns and villages across all the country. In the peak, it was 313 places protesting against this acting of prime minister, and the result was for me personally was really huge, because 300,000, that is 3% of our population, fulfilled the biggest public space in our country, the Letenská plain, very big plain in Prague, which has strong associations with the year 1989, and the whole nation saw that there are really many people that are dissatisfied with what's happening, that are active and trying to say, hey, this is not normal, and you shouldn't do everything. And this happened again in the autumn, on the 16th of November, when it was the second time when these people fulfilled this biggest plan again. And I think that it was really a strong message to all politicians that yes, it's true that you were elected in democratic elections, but you cannot do everything what you are trying. There are some rules that you cannot break, and I think it's really important, because now they know that these people are still ready to go to the streets when it's necessary.
Thanks. So it's kind of set a limit, a red line in a way. Macha, same question to you. I guess it sounds strange to be asking about optimism in Lebanon at the moment, but you've been following very closely and analysing the protests in Lebanon that have been happening on and off now for quite a number of years. It seems to someone from the outside that they've not been completely without impact. Do you still hold hope that these kind of mobilizations can unlock the impasse in a country whose politics is as complicated as Lebanon's?
Hi, Richard. Thank you for having me on this panel. In response to the question of whether I'm optimistic, I would quote Emil Habib, the Palestinian author, and say I'm an opti-pessimist. As you rightly pointed out, these demonstrations have been going on for quite a few years. What we saw, though, in the past year, over 2019, was quite unprecedented for the history of Lebanon in terms of the range of people who were on the street, the breadth of the demonstrations. As my colleague on the panel was just mentioning, we saw demonstrations across towns and villages in Lebanon. And for the first time, you saw people demonstrating against, as you know, Lebanon is composed of 18 religious different sects. All the political parties in Lebanon have a sectarian identity, a religious sectarian identity. So what we saw for the first time is that people were taking to the streets not only to demonstrate against the government, but they were also demonstrating against their own political/sectarian leadership, which for Lebanon is quite unprecedented. The sense that enough is enough, that this power-sharing system has actually been used and abused by this elite, and that nobody really has won. Actually, it's been an equal opportunity abuse for all Lebanese, and the ones that have won are the political leadership themselves. Now, has this accomplished anything? I would say that, especially in the past year, yes, it's accomplished a lot, and yet it's also proven. I think the system here in Lebanon has proven to be far more resilient and the leadership has proven to be far more resilient than anybody ever imagined. The demonstrations last October, actually in a few days, on October 17th, it will have been already 1 full year since the beginning of the Octobers last year. And what has been accomplished this year? They brought the first government down, managed to win a few elections here and there, including the election of an independent candidate to the post of the lawyers syndicate. We're seeing the impact in terms of people shedding this sectarian political party line and running on independents in university. 2 days ago, all the independent candidates at the Lebanese American University won. So we're seeing a shift, particularly amongst the younger population. The problem is that this is happening at a time, and maybe because Lebanon is going through a fundamental and a profound triple economic and financial and banking crisis, one that has gotten to the country to the point where more than 50% of the population is now below the poverty line. Hundreds of thousands of businesses have closed. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their jobs. Thousands of businesses have been closed. And the Lebanese lira has lost close to 80% of its value. So the economic decline, this is all pre-COVID. With COVID, economic decline has been aggravated considerably. And the central bank, which should have been able to step in with support, has not been able to, because it is contributing to the national debt, to a public debt of around $100 billion. What is remarkable in all of this is, A, the persistence of the protests. Their Achilles heel is the fact that they're not unified. So you have a lot of multiple protests under the same umbrella of global, the October protests. However, the resilience, they're operating against a political machinery that even after an explosion, even after the country's been brought to its knees economically, it's literally, the economic deterioration now is exponential. We're in a hyperinflation mode. And yet the political elite are still there and they're still bickering. There's a massive explosion that hit the capital, Beirut, destroyed close to half the city. 300,000 people are displaced, 200 injured, more than 200 injured, more than 200 killed and 6,500 injured. And yet they're still there. They are still there. And they're still negotiating, and they're still trying to figure out how to preserve their vested interests in a system that is crumbling and collapsing underneath us as we speak. So the question you asked me about optimism, I have a lot of optimism in the sense, and faith in the sense, and the resilience of people, and I've grown to not like this word, but at least in the sense that people are still fighting back, saying this is our country, we have to reclaim it. The movement has changed significantly, and we can talk about this maybe a little bit later. Over the past year, it has seen a lot of transformations. Now attempts are trying to come up with a unified front. And yet it's met with an incredibly strong the sense of complete callous political leadership, one that would allow close to 3,000 tons of ammonium nitrate to sit in the port of the city, in the heart of the capital, for 6 years. It's the same leadership that is now basically trying to do its backdoor horse trading as the country moves to a new government formation, which is desperately needed to get some financial support for the country, budgetary support. The needs are great. I don't know if this kind of begins at least for him to respond.
Yeah, so it's absolutely. So in a way, you both stressed that there have been protesters have made really impressive gains, Nicholas, both in the size of the protests, and Macha, you emphasized the sheer persistence. That leads on to my second question, which it'd be interesting to hear from you both about how the tactics of the protests evolved. I think this relates to your question, your point, Macha, about efforts that are being made to unify the protesters behind a more coherent and uniform agenda. Obviously, the movement in Prague and Czech Republic is been well known for using quite creative tactics. So, strikes me for many years we've been talking and worrying about the way that regimes have clamped down more effectively against democracy protests, but at the same time, protesters themselves have begun to respond to that and think through new tactics and more creative ways of protesting in order to stay away from the very entrenched elite tactics that you were talking about, Macha. So just talk through for us how you think protesters have learnt new tactics, what kinds of strategies they've taken on in order to try and be more effective in the way that they mobilize. Nicholas, perhaps to you first of all again.
Okay, so I think there are plenty of things I can mean. The first, I think that it's necessary to have a concrete common goal, to formulate what's bad and what are you against. I think it's much more easy to gather people against something than just for something. But you also need to be constructive, not only destructive. So you must have some also positive formulations. What are you trying to reach for? For us, I think the most important thing to realize was that we need to create the greatest possible social majority we can. Because we know that really many people in our country is not satisfied with what's happening, and we just need to connect them and bring them together on the squares. And what was our tactics? It was that our events and our protests had to be creative, interesting, and also peaceful, non-violent, and I would say kind and positive, because our tactics was when somebody take part in the protest and he likes it and he see, well, hey, it's good and it's clever. So another time he can take 1 or 2 or 3 his friends with him, and the protests are getting bigger. And we saw that this is quite effective tactics, because many people are not used to speak publicly or protest against something, and in the beginning they are suspicious. Can I go there? They are a bit afraid if it is not dangerous. And if they have the positive experience, they come next time, and they come there. They take their friends together and they share the pictures on the social networks and so. And the protests are getting bigger. So I think that's first lesson. The second lesson is that you have to try to find some balance and have the movement very colorful. So we were putting the stage for the young and old, for men and women, for people from different regions and professions. Some a bit left on the left side of economics, some on the right side, some progressive, some conservatives. And if it's colorful, everybody know that your aim and your goal is bigger than just, it's not just for the young or for the man. And I think that's another important lesson, that it must be acceptable for quite many social parties. One very lucky step showed to us it was when we tried or we decided to rotate week by week protests in capital city and in village and towns across the country. It was really a huge symbol, because when people from all the country came to the capital, to the Prague, to support the common goal, now everybody saw that that's not just the matter of some liberal elites, but of the whole country. And it was really strong, and everybody was encouraged by this symbol. And maybe the last thing I can mention is that at this time you can use really strong power, and this power is named internet and social networks. And you have quite many online tools you can use. And for example, Google Drive, Google Maps, Google Forms, Google Sheets. These are really powerful tools, and you can organize and manage quite a huge structure with these very simple tools. And also Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and social networks were necessary to have a channel we can communicate with people and formulate our demands. So these three steps, I think, huge social majority, non-violence, positive tone of the protests, colorful diversity on the stages, and a massive using of online tools were our tactics.
Macha, the rubbish collection protests in Lebanon are often used as an example of particularly colorful and creative protests. How have these tactics developed in Lebanon, in your case?
Thank you, Richard. Actually, I mean, the protests have gone through a number of transformations since last October. In October, when they began, they resembled a bit the protests, the Youth Think movement in 2015, which were around the garbage collection. So there were lots of creative tactics initially. I mean, the protests went on for 2-3 months, from October till December. January, I mean, where you had a feeling almost of a protest, but also a festival. There was museum institutions. This came later, actually. There were, hello? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
You froze for a minute,
okay.
Yes, we can.
Sorry. Chain, they did the revolutionary bus where they went from the north of the country to the south. They did, for example, a civil opposition a civic parade was organized in Beirut to celebrate Independence Day, where rather than military units, it was the Red Cross, it was the civil defense, it was the engineers, the architects, the doctors. I mean, these were the groups that were on parade. And it was all organized by citizens. It was a civic initiative. They created these themes. There was a women's march, protests for professionals. Even within the protest movement, we saw the emergence of informal syndicates, countering the formal ones, which have been hijacked by the political elite for a long time. The diaspora, the link between the diaspora, the Lebanese diaspora, which is quite significant, and those inside the country was quite high. A lot of the diaspora were funding, a lot of the initiatives actually were being funded by Lebanese living outside, but wanting to kind of see a change. These more light not light, but light in the sense of fun kind of protests. What we also saw, for example, were debates. I mean, I've never seen this country consumed by public debates and the way it was during that period. You would go down to Martyrs Square in Beirut and you would have at least 6 or 7 or 8 debates happening in different corners, organized by different groups. And you go to other towns across the country, to Tripoli, to Saida, to Nabati. It was the same story over and over again, debates and discussions everywhere. Now, as we moved into winter and COVID started, just 2 more things quickly. As we moved into winter and COVID started taking hold, what we saw was the protests becoming more violent. As the economic situation deteriorated more, we saw more people on the street conducting, taking it out on public property, altercations between the police and the protesters. Some of the protesters became more violent, or not violent, but became more confrontational. So they started occupying ministries, for example, which were similar to things they'd done in 2015. They made it clear to politicians that they were not welcome in public places. Now, all of this are still tactical. These are all tactical level issues. Where we are today is that there has been a concerted attempt, and it continues, to try and create broad coalitions out of these multitude of groups that have emerged as a result of the October 2019 protests. There are hundreds of movements or small groups that have emerged. We're seeing new political parties being formed. People have gone from politics is a dirty thing, which is, I think, another positive sign, I would say. Politics is dirty and we don't want to be part of a political system, to recognizing that the key way to change is to actually form political parties, credible political parties that span sectarian and national lines and that people can engage in. There's now an attempt to create an opposition front between the different groups, and I can talk about this in the follow-up.
So if I may, I'll just interrupt you there, Mark, because that leads on to 2 very good questions we have from the audience, and I think I'll finish with this because we only have about 4 minutes left, which asks precisely this question, Maha. How do we move beyond the protests themselves to widening the impact in terms of linking the protests with other areas of politics and generating areas of opportunity moving beyond the protests themselves? Nicholas, I know that speaks very directly to your own personal experience and what your plans are. So let's hear from you. You both have to be reasonably concise on this because I think we get cut off automatically after about 4 minutes. Nicholas?
Okay, so two things. First is that our tactics was make interest for public affairs cool again. It must be interesting, it must be funny, it must be kind, and people are spontaneously sharing it to the friends, to the people around, and they are active. For me personally, I shifted from the role of activist to in the way that Maha mentioned. I realized that if I'm not satisfied with any political party here and I cannot identify with it, maybe I can try who are seeing it in the same way and to try to change it in the political way. So now we are starting a political movement, and we will see if we will be lucky and if there will be demand in our society to something new. But for me, it's really necessary to think not in the second plan, in long term, what is needs to be done and what can be done for it.
Maha.
Well, activating, I mean, to influence and to have basically push for change, there needs to be a link. I think all sorts of actions are needed. What we're seeing today, as I said, is the formation of new political movements that are able to run. Parliamentary elections are coming up in 18 months, so that are able to run in these elections, preparations for independent candidates. that will be fielded by the opposition movements. But I think also what has been in the interim, what has been interesting is trying to win seats, as I said, in university elections, in syndicates. The win at the syndicate of lawyers is really significant, particularly because this lawyer won with not only independent voices, but also voices that went against the instruction of their own political leadership. So in Lebanon, unfortunately, trade unions have been hijacked, but the creation of alternate trade unions have already been happening. The judiciary is incredibly important, so working with the judiciary to push through not only legislative change, but also to safeguard the fundamental rights of citizens is quite important. And these are all tactics that we're seeing happening on the ground here in Lebanon. They still haven't consolidated into a massive push for change, but I think that the wins are small, but they're significant, and each win brings us closer to the goal.
Okay, it would have been lovely to carry on talking to both of you, but I think at this point we get cut off. So I thank both of you for taking the time for sharing your expertise and experience with us. It would have been important and interesting to hear about the state of play in Venezuela's protest. Unfortunately, we were defeated by the technology. But I think Maha and Nicholas have given us both sufficient food for thought. What I learned was there's been a lot of creativity in terms of the protests themselves, but also some very important, significant thinking about how protests can link into mainstream politics, other areas of political activity, the kind of issues that other panels in this conference have been thinking about. So the clock is running down, we'll leave it there. Thanks to everyone for joining us. And that's all from the three of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Nicholas. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the Online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Saskia and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, not kingdom, more seriously. And we should develop new ideas. And then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Которую я получил от Václava Gavla, она пришла, когда я был уже в тюрьме. Он написал письмо поддержки, подписал его своим знаменитым сердечком этим. Но самое удивительное было для меня то, что я его получил тогда, когда его уже не было с нами. Это было последнее вообще письмо, которое он написал в своей жизни. Он написал письма в поддержку политических заключенных в Беларуси. И вот он умер, а это письмо я получил через 3 недели, уже зная, что его нет. И это было, конечно, для меня очень большое такое психологическое переживание, потому что я ощутил вот его, как бы вот эту энергию, которая шла, хотя его уже не было с нами. И меня всегда поражало в нем это большая человечность. Вот его все посты президентские, 2 срока президентства, никаким образом не отбились, но не оказали какое-то влияние на него, как на человека. Он всегда был абсолютно простой, абсолютно конкретный. И вот этот высокий пост не изменил его взгляды на жизнь, что мы достаточно часто видим в обыкновенной жизни. И порядочность, которая была в нем всегда, это, конечно, то, чего очень сильно не хватает при многих политических решениях, которые принимаются в последнее время. И его взгляды были, наверное, взглядами мечтателя в глазах реал-политиков. Но кто из них мог поверить 26 лет назад, например, что через год, в 1989 году, блок социалистических стран-сателлитов Советского Союза
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000 on mindset.
So the Taiwanese government actually sent some scientists to China to try to figure out what that was. And the Taiwanese government actually told the WHO.
Now, many experts have said, had the Chinese government intervened early, 95% of the coronavirus pandemic in the whole world, including in China, could have been prevented.
My worry is that China, because of these pressures, may take greater risks in its domestic and foreign policy.
The private businesses is spreading because of the help of China and the kind of structure of propaganda they have.
The supporting rate of pro-democracy can gradually increase in the past few months because everyone realized how Beijing lies resulting in people die all over the world.
So it seems to me that the Chinese are occupying all the empty space left by the Americans.
I would like to see the so-called West, the developed democratic countries of Europe and the USA and others, to be more involved in Africa and to compete with China in Africa.
In other words, universal values. And I think what people really don't understand is that China sees these values as a threat to its very survival, because its system is based upon a totalitarian idea.
And there is a real competition going forth, especially in emerging markets, for whose values, whose business models are going to win out.
If we are to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, we have to be able to understand how the world around us changes. So of course, we also have to talk and think about issues like the rise of China.
the dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century.
That was a great aspiration for us, and at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators.
We are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems.
Europe and EU is living the best time in our history.
We have to remember that democracy from the beginning was very much about the public.
In fact, most of the democratic decline is coming about not at the behest of populists, but at the behest of executives.
And perhaps we should simply think about a new formulation of liberalism.
In the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries.
Basically, we are living in a state of certain confusion with regard what is the future of the world for the next 20 to 50 years.
China, with the newly found economic power, rapidly built up its military forces. And more importantly, subtly, with the economic power, they corrupt the democratic way of life in the West.
We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question: what happens to the existing powers?
However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice which position they would like to take.
Now, the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators.
We believed in it when in prison we heard about solidarity from official Soviet Pravda. That was like the best proof that we are right, that people will not live under this dictatorship all their life.
We only have you as the international community to stand with us. And just like the speaker who spoke last night said, without international solidarity, we will perish.
We depend on borders. We elect people within districts. We're border-based. Borders matter, but I believe in relations and friendships between these countries.
Despite the horrendous atrocities the Uyghur people are facing today, we are confronted with a muted world. We need your help and support.
The level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented.
Through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom.
If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work, because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job.
The appropriate response to our present multifaceted crisis is the development and establishment of a culture of solidarity.
A była taka: nie możesz podnieść ciężaru, no to doproś paru, abyś go podniósł.
Lifestyle matters, individual responsibility matters. But finally, individual responsibility is not a sufficient answer to the challenge we are facing.
Climate change, as I'm trying to see it, is in a way a challenge of humanity. It's a challenge of our morals. It's a challenge which is asking us to do things because they are right, not because we have immediate outcome from them.
Saskia and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are this think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Welcome everybody to this session of the 24th Forum 2000 session. Sadly, we're not all together in Prague physically, but maybe less sadly and hopefully this also means that many more people from around the world can participate. As the initiator and founder of Forum 2000, of the concept, President Havel said he wanted a space for people to come together in calm discussion, and oh, how much we need this, and how good it is for this to be translated online. So welcome and thank you. So I'm very honored to be chairing this session today on Stand with Belarus, and I'd like to first very briefly introduce, they hardly need introduction, our two guests. First, recognized by many people and by some governments as the president-elect of Belarus, Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, and in conversation with the foreign minister of Czechia, Tomáš Petříček. So the topic, again, hardly needs introducing. There was an election, another clearly rigged election in Belarus. There was an extraordinary set of protests, an outpouring of protests, and it has turned for the whole of the world to look at into a historic moment of the birth of a democratic nation. And again, to think of Havel, I think all of us seeing on August the 13th, the demonstrations of women and children in the streets with flowers, confronting the security forces. This was a moment which Havel would have recognized as an expression of the power of the powerless. So the real topic for our question, for our session today is the central question, which is what needs to be done inside Belarus, outside Belarus, by governments, by people, what needs to be done for Belarus to be able to determine its own future. So without any hesitation, let me start the question to Sviatlana. What does Belarus want?
Hello, everything. Thank you for having me today. We are really grateful to you that we are on agenda today, because what's going on in our country now is something horrible, at least for Belarusian people. Because what does Belarus want? We want respect from our authorities. We want our rights to be respected as well. We understood that we are nobody for our authorities. They don't pay attention to us, they don't listen to us, they don't want to talk to us. And this year, our Belarusian people have woken up after 26 years dream, and now we want to fight for our rights, peacefully fight for our rights. So can I go on?
Of course.
Yes. So in our country now is political crisis, the political crisis. After the elections which were justified, Mr. Lukashenko doesn't have any trust in the eyes of Belarusian people, and thanks to all the countries who supported us in this fight and didn't accept the legitimacy of Mr. Lukashenko as well. This showed that you are standing for human rights, for the right of Belarusian people to choose our future by ourselves, for our right to build new democratic country for our children. So it's about what's going on in country, but what does Belarus want? We want new, fair and transparent elections, because the last elections, the same as the previous, were falsified. But this time we don't want to deal with this anymore, and we want new elections. But before these elections, we demand dialogue with authorities, just to settle down all the questions, how to have these transparent elections, how to make these elections transparent, to invite international observers, to invite local observers. But we are calling for negotiations with Belarusian authorities, but we don't have any response. Just to have these negotiations, we start to press on our authorities. And this pressure has to be as inside country, so outside country. So I see the future. Yeah.
No, that's great. Okay, so you want elections. You want to find a way to the freedom to choose the future for the people of Belarus. Yes, I'll come back on that, and I'll come back on that in a moment. But let me first immediately bring in Minister Petříček and ask him, what should the community of nations outside do, and in particular, obviously, the EU and more generally the West?
Good afternoon from Prague. First of all, I would like to use the opportunity and to express my greatest appreciation to Sviatlana for all she has been doing and she is about to do for Belarus right now. On the question, I have three brief remarks, comments. First, we need to remain continual when it comes to our support to Belarusian civil society and to people like Sviatlana in their efforts to change Belarus into a democratic country. They need to know that we stand behind them, that they have our moral and practical assistance. Second, we need to keep the issue high on the agenda of the European Union. We have introduced sanctions against the regime representatives who participated in the violent crackdown on the demonstrations and who were involved in falsification of the elections. Now we agreed recently, actually yesterday, that we are going to extend the list of people who are on the list and include President Lukashenko himself. And the third point is that we need to bring the topic of human rights abuses in Belarus to international fora. For example, Human Rights Council, where we have recently supported the discussion on the situation in Belarus, and we have adopted a resolution on the human rights situation in the country. So we need to keep it also high on the agenda of institutions and organizations like UN, Human Rights Council, OEC, and others.
Very good. Thank you for that that introduction. Now let me see if I can get a little bit of a discussion going. So the first thing to Sviatlana is my question, my response to your answer to what does Belarus want is the following. There's a sense in which I think brilliantly you and the opposition movements have made your demands extremely minimalist. In a sense, you're saying very little. You're saying we want new elections and we want choice. Now, I think that this has brought great unity, but isn't there a danger in being so minimalist that we are here in this moment of definition of a people? As you said, it's the birth of a people that has discovered, that has awoken. Isn't there a danger in being so minimalist, in not using the moment to define more positively what the vision for Belarus is? If there's no positive vision beyond give us another choice, then can you sustain the opposition that you need in order to get to that point?
I think this minimalistic demands that we offer, that we ask for just new elections, means that nobody at the moment is striving for power. We only thinking about future Belarus without violence, without regime, without dictatorship. And this message is understandable for everyone, because during the election campaign, there were a couple of people who wanted to go for presidency, but Mr. Lukashenko kicked all of them out of this election campaign, and people couldn't vote for a person they wanted to. Now we won't give people right opportunity to vote for a person they want. That's why, and after these elections will be declared, every person who would like to run for presidency could show the program, and people will be able to choose what future they will follow, after which candidate they will follow. So, but of course, I can't just offer only new elections, because we are thinking about future of Belarus as well. We understand that now we are falling into economic hole, and we have to offer people that after new elections we will have a safe pillow to rise our economic. That's why we are talking about economic financial help from other countries as well. So this message about new elections is clear, understandable for everyone, and people know what they are fighting for now.
Thank you. The Minister Petříček, the point that Sviatlana raises about international economic help. We know where that international economic help come from for the current regime in Belarus, right? And in a sense, it seems to me that it's come from Russia, largely in the form of low prices for hydrocarbons. What your answer about what the EU should give to stand behind Belarus civil society, to be there morally and practically, this is absolutely right. But we also need to recognize that Belarus is from the outsider's perspective, from the nations outside, is one of those countries in a very unique position. It's a unique position in the sense that it has practically, geographically, historically, extremely close links to Russia. That relations between Russia and the EU are not as not the best they might be. To what extent does that constrain what the EU can think of doing?
I would like to stress that here I see a great role for the European Union in a long-term perspective. And actually, we have already done the first steps on proposing a comprehensive economic plan for the Belarus. We presented a discussion paper together with Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and later on our prime ministers from the Central Europe also put in place a proposal for this plan that is based on the condition that democratization and progress in Belarus take place sooner or later. And this plan has to cover a wide range of areas, from strengthening economic relations. We can certainly offer opportunities for Belarus to create a more prosperous and sustainable economy that benefit its citizens. But we also can focus on supporting civil society, independent media, NGOs in different areas. We can also look into improving the opportunities for Belarusian students to study in the EU. This is something we are working on in the European Union at the moment, because I think this is clearly a positive message to people in Belarus that EU is ready to help when the situation will arrive to change they all want, actually. And one short comment on this relationship between Belarus and Russia. I think that we have been clear that this is not about asking for some geopolitical change. We are not asking for any change in the attitude towards Russia. We fully understand that Belarus, after new elections, will be free to cooperate with whomever they want. This is internal issue of Belarus, and we know that traditionally Belarusian people are very close to Russian people, actually, and it is also seen that many speak Russian. There is no question about changing this, that we don't see European flags in Minsk and other cities. I think we respect that, and that's our position, that we are only open to provide better cooperation based on mutual respect after new democratic elections.
Am I still there? I can. My screen has changed. Okay, I will. Sorry. I was going. So can I ask? Can I take up that question of Russia and relate it to the question that I started with, Sviatlana, which is this question of how does Belarus from the inside see itself in the world? I think that you have. In all your statements and pronouncements, you have been very open and welcoming to your both the EU to the west and Russia to the east. Do you is that and Minister Petříček emphasizes the degree to which the European Union is very comfortable with that positioning, and at the same time, of course, as we look, I think that there are two things which strike the outside observer like me. Firstly, is that Belarus has taken such a very distinct path from post-Sovietism, from its neighbors. And so in many ways, one looks at at great successes in Belarus, economically and socially, compared, for example, I would say, to, let's say, Ukraine or Georgia. So there are many things which Belarus over the last 26 years has got right, and it's in this very unique geopolitical position. Can you elaborate a little bit about how you think Belarus in this moment will define itself, both in terms of its recent history of relative success in some dimensions, and in terms of how it is going to be in relation to the two powerful blocs on either side of it? What do you want in that regard?
Oh, so first of all, I have to say that we are an independent country and we want to stay in this state in the future. We are a sovereign country and sovereignty is not under discussion, is not under question, it's all we want to keep. We understand our position, it's like between east or west, but it's only, politicians who, who divide us like this. We are between east or west. And I think that you, at the moment, okay, let's start from the beginning. We are neighbors of Russia, and we will be their neighbors, for the future as well, the same as we are neighbors to Lithuania, Poland, and the Ukraine. And we want to be friends with everybody. And at this very moment, we don't have pay too much attention to Russia as a neighbor. Why don't we talk about influence of Ukraine, about influence of Poland? But we, you have to understand that what's going on in our country, it's not about geopolitics at all. It's all about people against one person. And if we start to talk that Russia influences much to our country now, and something like this, these messages distract attention from what's going on inside our country. It's we always gave clear message that we are open for dialogue to any country around us and in Europe or everywhere, but respect our sovereignty, don't interfere, and we will manage to solve our problem by ourselves. It's a pity that some countries didn't respect, didn't support strive of people for building of their own future by ourselves, and they started to help regime, started to help financially. It means that help killing people, and started to support with propaganda and with police, with maybe with police, so they promised. But we have to distinguish, Russia is not only Kremlin, it's Russian people. And we always were friendly with Russian people, and Russian people mostly support Belarusian people in this fight. So we, again, just having case to say that, please don't interfere in our internal affairs. Respect our sovereignty, and we will solve this problem quietly without, without any other's help. Now we are having seen that this regime is getting outside help. This dictatorship getting outside help. We understand that we can't solve this problem by ourselves, by the strength of Belarusian people. So we had to ask for mediation in starting these negotiations with authorities. And for this mediation, all the countries are welcomed, all the countries. And of course, I know what we are talking about. Russia is highly welcomed into this mediation process. So, as for Sovietism, you mentioned, you know, we had history, and we don't have right to forget about this history, but we have to move on. And which way we will move on, it's only up to Belarusian people. One person can't solve the way for the whole country. But so as our people aren't listened to, they just nobody for our authorities. So that's why, including this reason, we are fighting at the moment.
Minister Petříček, can I ask you to come in? You know, we hope, of course, that everything that Belarusians are doing to oppose the regime at the moment, and everything that the EU and the West is doing to help, we hope, of course, that this leads to a rapid stand down by the current authorities and an accession to the demands that are being made. We also have to consider the possibility that might take a very long time. And at that point, it seems to me, Belarus and its opposition and its civil society are in a way in a position that is somewhat familiar to Czechia and its history of dissidence. What in that there is a regime which doesn't want to go, which is resisted by civil society. What are the lessons from that period of Czechia's history if we enter a world in which the end game for the current regime is very long?
First of all, I hope that this process will not take as long as it took in Czechoslovakia or in Poland, because it wasn't that it was instantaneous in 1989. Let illustrate that, for example, Charter 77, which was established after the Helsinki Protocol was signed, which opened the space for civil society in communist countries. It took really 12 years. It took almost 10 years, a decade, since Solidarność in Poland emerged and asked for more freedom in Poland. So here we should be also prepared for a possibility that Lukashenko will stay for some time, and we need to continue in our support to people like Sviatlana in their struggle. We need to stay, we need to be steadfast in supporting civil society in Belarus, because they need our moral support and practical assistance in their effort.
Yes, very, very important. Thank you. Let me take. We have another 3 minutes, unfortunately, on this fascinating discussion. Let me take some questions from the audience. The first one, I'm afraid I can't read the name for who it's from, but is this one. It's anonymous, but it's a very good question. What is the difference between today and the protests in 2010? So why will today's protests lead to change? And what are the big differences between now and 2010? Sviatlana.
I think that the main difference is currency. How just at 2010 it was a very strong protest, but it was violently pressed, and it was over. Maybe it was because the absence of internet or weather, or I don't know why it was, but people had the same intention to change this power, but they couldn't. It's pity there were a lot of politician prisoners, as well after 29. But now a lot of, 10 more years left, and people's people's patience, it is over at the moment. Internet plays a huge role in these demonstrations, in this protest, and people's dignity developed. And yes, and the new generation grew up, who saw how people. Please.
I've heard one thing. I want to see. I've heard one theory, which is that Lukashenko had a very bad response to COVID, and his denial of the problem of COVID led the citizens and the people to go and find information for themselves and to support themselves. And in a sense, it was that deep error of statesmanship which made the people realize that they needed to take things into their own hands. Do you think there's any validity to that view?
For sure, COVID played a huge role as well, because at that very moment we understood that our government doesn't take care about us at all, and we people by ourselves can take care of us, of our doctors, of people who got ill. So of course COVID played a huge role, yeah, absolutely.
So I fear we're wrapping up this session. Sviatlana, you've emphasized the need for the respect of sovereignty. Minister Petříček, you've emphasized the absolute need for us to stand behind Belarus and its people morally and practically. Thank you both very much for this fascinating discussion.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Tak já si myslím, že je, ale nemůžu to říct, jako že by to byl přímý vliv. Ono se v poslední době hodně změnilo. Když já se na to dívám jako s očima svého mládí, to si to ještě trošku pamatuju, jak se žilo, jaký byl veřejný prostor a podobně. I když u nás jako to byly teda ta období komunismu, který nebylo vůbec typický, ale vůbec nebyly počítače, nebyly plno jiných věcí, které se mezi tím vyvinuly a mají různé dopady, včetně dopad na společnost, na mínění, názory a podobně. Takže je mnoho takových sil nebo vývojových proudů, které nemůžou nemít vliv, ale vypočítat, jaký prostě co bude mít vliv, konkrétně třeba internet a volby, jestli demokratičnost voleb může být zesílena, jako řekněme podpořena internetem a naopak narušena internetem. Teď to spíš teda vypadá v té druhé podobě, že jako ty sítě způsobují jako takový to, že lidi anonymně můžou prostě říkat, co chtějí. Je to jakási svoboda, ale každopádně se mně nelíbí, že to je anonymní. Na druhé straně vidíme, že ta demokracie dostává svý facky. V různých některých zemích, jako teď máme poslední kauzu s Běloruskem, kde je vidět, že prostě demokracie nějak nemá šanci. Na chvíli, jakoby. A jediný, co jako normální člověk může přispět, je prostě jít na ulici. Ale to je takový trochu slabý, jo, na rozumnou politiku. Ta záležitost s covidem, respektive s koronavirem, je zajímavá, i když smutná tedy, ale zajímavá, protože to jsou záležitosti, které se odehrávají na obrovsky odlišných, řekněme, měřítkách. to jsou viry, tam se dějí nějaké věci s makromolekulami, DNA a podobně. Pak jsou to chování těch virů, to je stále ještě pod mikroskopem. Pak je způsob, jak je ovlivněn člověk, ta nemoc, jak pochází. Pak je to ta nakažlivost, která je zase velice záhadná věc, jak se to vlastně šíří, až po pandemii. No a na všech těchto úrovních je poměrně nedostatek znalostí, nedostatek poznatků, jak to vlastně chodí. Ten virus je celkem nový, není s ním příliš zkušeností a improvizuje se někdy. Jenomže v politice musí ty vláda nebo ten, kdo jako rozhoduje, musí nějak rozhodnout a musí dát najevo, jakoby rozhodoval odborně. Tak si k tomu přizve odborníka. Ten také nic neví. Tak vlastně je tam takový, řekněme, mezera nebo propast mezi tím, co přesně víme o tom problému a tím, jak se projevuje navenek až v tom běžném životě. A mezi tím jsou jakési mezery. No, já bych jako takový trochu intelektuál bych vsázel na vzdělanost. Na vzdělání a hlavně vzdělanost, což je jakási neurčitá věc, ale je tady samozřejmě ta potřeba, aby lidi věděli daleko více, rozuměli pod povrch, dovedli předvídat a nedělali hlouposti tím pádem. Nedělali to, co jim někdo řekne někde v hospodě, že má být jinak a ano, má to být jinak. Prostě rozumět světu, rozumět lidem, rozumět společnosti a k tomu je třeba skutečně hodně se učit.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are this thinking more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
I hope and I trust that the elites of today's world will understand what this signal is telling us. In fact, it's nothing extraordinary, nothing that a perceptive person has not known for a long time. It's a warning against the disproportionate self-assurance and pride of modern civilization. Human behavior is not totally explicable, as many inventors of economic theories and concepts tend to believe. And the behavior of companies or institutions or entire communities is even less so. Of course, after this crisis, there will be thousands of theorists who will try to describe precisely how and why it happened and how to prevent it next time. But this will not be a sign that they have understood the message that this crisis has provided. The opposite, more likely, it will simply be a further emanation of that disproportionate self-assurance and self-confidence that I have been speaking of. I regard the recent crisis as a very small and very inconspicuous call to humility, a small and inconspicuous challenge for us not to take things for granted. Strange things have been happening and are happening and will happen. Not to admit this is a road to hell. Strangeness, unnaturalness, mystery have been shifted out, as it were, of the world of serious thought into dubious closets of suspicious people. Until they are released again and allowed to return to our minds, things will not get better.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000
online chat.
We have seen the rise of authoritarian populists in countries in Central Europe, but also in Western Europe, in North America, in Latin America, in Asia, really all around the world.
The common feature is the erosion of trust in democratic institutions, erosion of trust in political elites.
Populism, polarization, and post-truth I think explain the politics in a lot of the world today.
Restrictions against civil society have been happening for the best part of a decade now in authoritarian regimes, but also in many democratic countries as well.
And these are all things, in addition with like a big cultural change, cultural modernizations, that make people more prone to vote for parties that are less committed to democratic norms.
Why people vote for people who promote policies or who represent policies that will actually harm them.
You as a populist are for the people and against the elites and intellectuals and experts and doctors and scientists.
Lukashenko was always master of manipulation, of sending right messages at the right moment, at the right time, so everyone is happy.
What I'm really worried about, once they control sort of the public sphere, then citizens don't hear anymore about opposing views. And then it's very difficult for citizens before an election to form their opinion.
But I wouldn't say this is a divide east-west. This is a divide within our countries.
it looks like that the globalization is kicking back. After years of globalization, the fear came to us.
Fear destroys solidarity. Look at all countries and in all service, we see if there is any fear, the people start to become anti-democratic.
There is a huge uncertainty about politics and politicians today, and we see it in the elections everywhere.
Nobody can overlook the fact that nationalist groups are gaining weight.
The rise of populism, anti-system parties, and so forth. This is something very troubling.
Populists demonstrate themselves as moral heroes, and this is an important reason why they are so much liked.
My platform was populist. I promised people whatever. Because one of my main promises was that I would break all my promises anyway, and I was elected.
And I don't think that this is a passing wave. I don't think it's just something that happened in 2016. I don't think that we are past the high point of populism.
What I'm trying to say is, if you don't do politics, politics will do you.
It needs to be discussion-based. So not only principles of democracy, what it is, why it's important, but engage with the people.
Working with young people, with young women, I realized that in my country, for instance, there is no culture of young women participation in public spaces, and that could be said for a lot of countries as well.
In the midst of all the uncertainties of our world, I believe that nothing would be worse than despair or loss of interest in our shared future.
Free, fair elections, institutions, free press, opposition.
Liberal democracy is really the only system that exists that can defend and protect the dignity of the individual.
We need to improve our democracies because it's the best tool that we have for development.
Democracy, freedom, liberty, human rights are eternal. Let us renew our efforts to fight together as a coalition for democracy.
We need to make national pride an asset for democracy.
We need to make sure that citizens have such a deep commitment to their democratic ideals and enough political information that the conspiracy theories and the hatred and the fake news that spreads on social media doesn't impact them as deeply as it does.
There is a need for active defense of liberal democracy.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, thinking more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
I don't want to be rude, but our species, we're not very bright individually. I mean, if we take a kind of neuroscience point of view, we just have a limited hard drive. Because we've moved from print to visual media and from print to audio as well, you know, our brains are just overloaded. And we're very, very easily gamed. And Vivian made, you know, very noble to criticize your former employer at Twitter. But I think the Silicon Valley algorithmic structure, it has been driven by venture capital. It hasn't been driven by civil values of what a society should be. Of course, they would defend and say, oh, no, no. But essentially, they want to sell more advertising. You know? So they're prepared to game the human mind and the human emotions considerably. So when we I'll just lay out this one very basic point before we get into the other stuff. It's like, everything that we're talking about is coming through this. And whatever the next generation of this will be, which will probably be some form of augmented reality. So we have very limited brain time every day, very limited ability to focus on stories. So unless the media, and the media, particularly in democratic countries, is going to focus on quality, profound quality, and unless people are actually willing to pay for that, we're not going to be able to move the dial on this issue at all. And in particular, because now I'm a visiting professor in artificial intelligence, and if you look at what is about to happen with AI being injected, as it were, into the existing streams, and already Twitter does employ a lot of AI scientists and machine learning specialists. So we're really heading into a really dodgy period where if you simplify everything, the compact for the society has to be, I'm going to pay for something that's of decent quality. Just as I would pay to have a BMW, I'm going to have to pay to have that media. Now, if you can't win that particular piece of the argument, then you're finished, really, as a democratic society, maybe even finished as a civilization.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000
on Mindset.
So the Taiwanese government actually sent some scientists to China to try to figure out what that was. And the Taiwanese government actually told the WHO.
Now, many experts have said, had the Chinese government intervened early, 95% of the coronavirus pandemic in the whole world, including in China, could have been prevented.
My worry is that China, because of these pressures, may take greater risks in its domestic and foreign policy.
The COVID business is spreading because of the help of China and the kind of structure of propaganda they have.
The supporting rate of pro-democracy camp gradually increased in the past few months because everyone realized how Beijing lies, resulting people die all over the world.
So it seems to me that the Chinese are occupying all the empty space left by the Americans.
I would like to see the so-called West, the developed democratic countries of Europe and the USA and others, to be more involved in Africa and to compete with China in Africa.
In other words, universal values. And I think what people really don't understand is that China sees these values as a threat to its very survival, because its system is based upon a totalitarian idea.
And there is a real competition going forth, especially in emerging markets, for whose values, whose business models are going to win out.
If we are to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, we have to be able to understand how the world around us changes. So of course we also have to talk and think about issues like the rise of China.
Saskia and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, their peace, think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Good afternoon and good morning, depending on where you are. Welcome to this public session on Asia, the new center of the global battle of ideas of Day 2 of this year's Forum 2000. My name is Maiko Ichihara, Associate Professor of Hitotsubashi University, Japan, and visiting scholar at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in the United States. It is my honor to be a part of this year's Forum 2000 and to moderate this panel hosted by Forum 2000's Information Center for Democracy and Human Rights in China. This panel explores international order in the age of Asia's rise. Liberal international order has been under a serious pressure with a plethora of issues in democratic countries, from populism, polarization, disinformation, nativism, and unilateralism, just to name but a few. While such issues have weakened the influence of Western democracies, Asia has been moving to the central stage of global politics, mainly with rising influence of China and heightened US-China rivalry. However, Asia is at the same time a region where a number of fault lines exist, which include what we can categorize as issues related to territory over maritime territories in East and South China Sea, and land territories between India and China, and in Taiwan, in the Taiwan Strait and the Korean Peninsula. This is also a region where both democracies and authoritarian countries exist, and is a home to two of the countries with world's most egregious human rights violations, North Korea and China. What can we expect from Asia's more prominent role on the global stage? Are we witnessing the beginning of a new Cold War? To explore such a macro issue of international order, we are honored to have three distinguished speakers in this session. Our first speaker is Professor Xiao Qiang, founder of China Digital Times and professor of UC Berkeley School of Information. Our second speaker is Dr. Elizabeth Economy, Senior Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations and a Senior Fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution in the US. And our third speaker is Ambassador Neelam Dio, Director of Gateway House India, and a former Indian ambassador to Denmark and Ivory Coast with concurrent accreditation to Niger, Guinea, and Sierra Leone. I will ask each of the speakers a few rounds of questions. Please keep your answers short and in 3 to 4 minutes each. Speakers are always welcome to jump in to comment on each other's remarks anytime. Audience is also welcome to raise questions using the Slido function. I will pick up questions from the audience in the final 10 minutes or so of the session. So I'd like to start with you, Professor Xiao Qiang. Democratic countries are suffering from various domestic issues around the world, and this has led to a serious state of domestic affairs. For example, in the United States, in a recent TV debate of presidential candidate, it was pretty messy, and the White House became a quasi-epicenter of coronavirus. And there is an increase of usage or the justification of usage of violence in the country. And in a recent piece, Atlantic Council's Frederick Kemp argues that CCP's media has been issuing statements that Western democracies are out of order while China has been maintaining political stability. So, Professor Xiao Jiang, how does China perceive the rise of issues in democratic countries? Are they trying to utilize these issues, and if so, how? Over to you.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity and this important question. The question about how China, in this case, we're talking about Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party leadership, how do they view the rise of nationalism, popularism, and variety of challenges and happening in the Western countries, from the United States to many parts of Europe. Certainly, they view that's the weakness of the open society. They see how those rising movements creating problems in the countries who has rule of law, democratic governance, and election, and very well-established market economy. Actually, starting from 2008, Chinese leadership has been viewing that the rise of China's economic strength, giving them a lot of confidence about their own autocratic system actually has some comparative advantage over open societies. Something we didn't think about that before. Let me just add two more points. That we always thought globalization is a force to opening up closer societies such as China. We always thought that information and communication technologies will bring the freedom of information and expanding the freedom of expression and even freedom of association that to top over any authoritarian rule. That was a digital promise we were all hoped for. We didn't see in the past 10 years that both the globalization, economic globalization, and the information technology actually, in the case of China, has helped the Chinese Communist Party strengthening its rule, not only domestically more repressive to its own people, but much more aggressively in the global stage. And this is the challenge we're facing now.
Thank you very much. So that's a very wonderful starting point. I think, we in this first round of questions, I want to ask you about the viewpoints of Asian giants, which means China and India. And so relatedly, I would like to ask the next question to Dr. Elizabeth Economy. China has been increasingly becoming aggressive in terms of its behavior, especially externally. It has been sending jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, killing a dozen Indian soldiers, sinking a Vietnamese fishing vessel, and entering into the maritime territory of Japan's Senkaku Island area. And notoriously, China enacted the Hong Kong security law in a hasty manner. And with this law, it has been killing freedom and human rights in Hong Kong. So, in a recent national interest piece, it argued that China has been taking aggressive measures externally to avert domestic public's eyes, given the rise of criticism against China's governance. Dr. Elizabeth Economy, do you agree with that? What do you think is China's motivations behind these aggressive behaviors?
Thanks so much, Michael. It's really great to be here and have the opportunity to talk about China and Asia more broadly with you and Ambassador Deo and also Professor Xiaojiang. So I think, look, when Xi Jinping first came to power at the end of 2012, he called for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. And that really was about reclaiming a degree of centrality for China on the global stage. And when I think about the past 8 years since he's been in power and what we've seen emanating from China, I tend to think about Chinese foreign policy in 3 buckets. The first is around sovereignty issues, right, where we've seen China move from what I would call staking claims around sovereignty to realizing them. The second would be the spread of Chinese political and economic and security influence, primarily through the Belt and Road Initiative. And the third would be China's efforts to reshape global norms and values in international institutions and arrangements in ways that will make them align more closely with those of China. And what you've described in terms of Chinese aggressive behavior toward Taiwan and India, Vietnam, Japan, I think really falls largely in the first bucket, which is asserting Chinese sovereignty claims, trying to make progress on border disputes. And I think for Xi Jinping, there cannot be a great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation unless China is unified. So unless these territorial claims, these sovereignty claims are resolved. I would put Hong Kong a little bit aside because, technically speaking, Beijing's sovereignty over Hong Kong is recognized in international law. And I think here that basically the motivation on the part of Beijing, the understanding was that one country, two systems was not working to the benefit of the mainland, that the democracy activists were growing in strength, both in terms of their number and in terms of their international support, and that the Hong Kong government was unable to manage the situation, and Beijing was no longer interested in having this, voice of democracy, right? This, city of Chinese people actively demonstrating for greater democracy, when it's sitting on top of 1 billion people who are not able to enjoy those same rights. So I think it's a little bit different. But I think in terms of Xi's strategy with regard to the other nations, as you described, Beijing, uses military power. We saw the border clashes with India, the sinking of the Vietnamese boat, et cetera. And it uses economic leverage as well, right? So cutting tourism to Taiwan, banning banana sales from the Philippines, and it tries to ensure that the international community recognizes Chinese sovereignty claims. So, punishing multinationals if they recognize Taiwan as a separate entity. I think my greatest concern right now is really around Taiwan and the positive attention that the nation has received for its handling of the coronavirus, the enhanced relations with the United States, Taiwan's welcoming of Hong Kong refugees, Taiwan's landslide victory. I think all of these things put a lot of pressure on the government in the mainland because, again, Taiwan is so successful, as a thriving democracy with a significant Chinese population. In the end, I would say we've watched, I don't think that this type of assertive action is anything new. We've watched this, it's been decades, where China has been assertive. And as I think Xiaojiang suggested, it intensified around 2008 and 2010 when China began to feel that it had greater leverage and power. And certainly Xi Jinping, I think, has accelerated it even more. And again, yes, I do think that the COVID-19, the slowing of the Chinese economy does make China look toward nationalism to try to find an alternative source of legitimacy. But I think this is a deeply felt desire and long-standing policy, especially with Xi Jinping, to make progress on reclaiming sovereignty. So whether or not China is successful economically or not, I expect that we're going to continue to see these types of aggressive actions from China.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth Economy. So that's a very gloomy, actually scenario that it's likely to continue, China's aggressive behavior, and that's going to be also the case toward India, continuously. So next, I would like to ask a question to Ambassador Neelam Dio. Anti-China sentiment has been on the rise in India as India-China relations deteriorates. And a recent Quad meeting in Tokyo this month seems to have symbolized a cooperation of the 4 democratic countries, namely Australia, India, Japan, and the United States, against authoritarian China. These 4 countries underscores the common values of democracy, seemingly, from my point of view, to emphasize the sense of community among them. On the other hand, the Indian government has been implementing various illiberal measures domestically and does not seem to have embedded democratic values in itself. So what is democracy for India, Indian diplomacy? Does the Indian government perceive the current global affairs as democracy versus authoritarianism or something else? Ambassador Neelam Dio, over to you.
So thank you. I want to make a couple of points. One is that, of course, anti-China sentiment in India has risen very sharply after the armed incursions into the western boundary over the summer. There have been incursions in the past, and it has taken time to resolve those issues. In some cases, the Chinese forces did not withdraw. In others, they did. But this has been unprecedented in its scope, in its depth, and therefore there is a strong belief that these are not just incursions taken by border forces, but by the highest level of government in China. So Government of India has, in response, taken some economic actions to constrain Chinese investment in what it regards as areas that impinge on our national security, including excluding Chinese companies from some projects, especially those undertaken by Government of India enterprises. And it has banned about 200 social media apps, most prominently starting with TikTok, WeChat, etc. In the meanwhile, of course, you see that India has been leaning more towards the West, particularly the United States, with which it has signed security-related agreements. But this process had begun much earlier, still dependent and very friendly with Russia for its existing weapon systems. India is quite close to Vietnam. So the question of democracies and non-democracies is always a more difficult, more complicated issue to make binary as between democracy and authoritarianism. Coming to the Quad, India sees the Quad as a group of democracies coming together to preserve the existing order, both the geopolitical, geosecurity, and geoeconomic. So it feels that it is being threatened by Chinese actions against India, where the sovereignty issues and use of force issue has come in the South China Sea, where there is a use of force, and again, challenges to sovereignty disputes with all the ASEAN countries. There is the differences with Japan, which have been mentioned, and with Australia. So all the Quad partners, so to speak, have had issues with China. At the same time, India sees the Quad as a potential for coming together on geoeconomic issues, which also have either been aggravated or international multilateral organizations which have been gamed by China. So, for instance, there is an initiative on the relocation of supply lines There is an initiative for sustainable infrastructure, which can easily be seen, if you wish, to be set against the Belt and Road Initiative. And then there are the post-pandemic dialogue, which has already begun with several countries, including New Zealand, South Korea. So I want to say that India has a broader definition. And as to its own positioning, India is committed to multipolarity and to multilateralism. It supports the global order, fairly close to the position of Japan, but it's not willing to enter into alliances in the way that Australia or Japan already have the United States. So although India has moved away from non-alignment, it says it looks for convergences of interests, and perhaps because it wants to preserve some level of strategic autonomy. I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Well, that's a fascinating point. As Ambassador said, Quad in India especially has been trying to utilize this Quad and other schemes for the maintenance of status quo. And this, I think, Ambassador sort of implied that this was a response to China's behaviors of, or sort of behaviors to try to change the international order. China has been indeed taking a number of problematic measures to deteriorate sentiment toward the country, which include election meddling, violation of UK-China joint declaration, the security issues of Huawei, and so forth. But at the same time, I want to connect this point to a question, next round of question, and a question about international affairs and policies. And the first question being addressed to Professor Xiao Jiang. While there are those attempts to maintain the international order, maintain the status quo in response to China's moves, being in the election year in the United States, Trump has been utilizing the anti-China card, seeking to get re-elected, which seems to have helped worsen American sentiment toward China. And together with China's moves, anti-China sentiment is at a historic high point internationally, according to a recent Pew Research Center survey. So my question for Professor Xiao Jiang is, do you think the world has entered or will enter the era of the new Cold War? And why do you think so, or why do you not think so? Over to you.
Okay, let me try to give a little bit longer answer on this question. Right? The longer answer is we have to look at how China has been developed in the past few decades. And when I was talking on the last question, I mentioned that the globalization, economic globalization, and the rise of information and communication technology actually it served both opening up Chinese society, and now we can see clearly 40 years later or 30 years later, strengthened the Chinese Communist Party's ruling in China. I want to emphasize this point because we cannot live in last World War, sort of the self-satisfactory of freedom and democracy is prevailing, and authoritarian regime is inevitably failing. But if now we look at the comparative somewhat strength that Chinese authoritarian regime gathered through the past decades, and what they have learned, not more than that, what they are building, which is a digital authoritarian surveillance state in the past decade, which really something new, that giving the Chinese Communist Party a new strength at international level. They are fighting at an international stage to determine global technology standards, in addition to all the other assertive moves that Dr. Economy just listed. And domestically, the Chinese companies are creative, innovative, competitive. Now they are exporting 5G technology, right? And also like facial recognition. Broad. Let's talk about one more thing that right now we're going through, pandemic. Yes, it is true that it was the inherent Chinese authoritarian regime, that non-transparency, the error of the system made this pandemic worldwide. But we cannot be blind to see China now actually effectively controlled the epidemics. Because controlling epidemics has always required monitoring the population, understand and limit the spread of disease by close control of society and population. And the Chinese authoritarian regime has done exactly so, very effectively, including using all the surveillance technologies, including using their so-called grid management, those stability management systems that authoritarian regime put it on its own society. But this time, this intrusive surveillance actually helped Chinese government control the spread of disease. It turned out the authoritarian regime had some advantage. This is not simply say only the Chinese government control the disease. There's South Korean, there's Taiwan, there's other societies has done a good job while maintaining the societies open and free. But in the zone of looking at the asymmetrical power constructed by the surveillance capital and operated in secrecy beyond the confrontation of accountability, this is the authoritarian model we Democrats reject. But also we have to recognize this is a power that giving the current Chinese Communist Party some strengths. Let me add one more point before I get to answer your question directly. Another point is we have to also facing the rise of the nationalism inside of China. That's the Chinese Communist Party seeking for its legitimacy foundation. That is what Chinese new leader, the biggest dictator in the world now, Xi Jinping's so-called China dream, which is, in his own word, the combination of the individual pursuit of happiness, but depends on the national greatness, the state, the greatness of the state. As Dr. Economy just said, about the rejuvenization of Chinese civilization. That is not that new. That is a fascist idea, that individual is actually, the well-being is actually dependent on the greatness of the state. And if that's the case, if the China's authoritarian regime are holding some competitive advantage right now, whether it's a supply chain that becomes the capacity of producing the goods, whether it's the in the globalization time, whether it's the sort of advance of the surveillance technology to control the society. Now, this rising of the nationalism and the potential expansion to the world, giving us a new context of, I don't want to call it a second Cold War yet, but it's certainly providing no less challenge than the last Cold War between the US-led Western camp and the Soviet Union's Eastern camp. In this case, now we're talking about the anti-China sentiments around the world, talking about a U.S. election and President Trump's China policy, etc. I can only say, from the Chinese authoritarian ruler point of view, which is Xi Jinping, he welcomed this conflict between the China and the West, between the China and the United States, because it helped him to strengthen the power at home. This, unfortunately, is a reality, that while the world pushing back on China, its aggressive behavior in the international stage, at the same time helped the current Chinese leader that to further galvanizing the nationalism within the country, supporting its ruling power.
Thank you very much, Xiao Zhang. That's a wonderful point. Well, I think well, I want to ask well, Dr. Elizabeth Economy as well. Well, whether you agree with Xiao Zhang's point that the rise of nationalism is going to lead to a new Cold War, and Xi Jinping is ready to accept it, and also, from the opposite side's point of view. But well, at the same time, I want to ask you that well, as I said, the anti-China sentiment has been on the rise, especially in Western democracies. But at the same time, for Asian countries such as Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia, although they are cautious about China's moves, but at the same time, they are seeking the way to maintain the liberal international order by not stimulating China too much, not causing anti-China sort of, approach too much. So, well, I want to ask you, this question as well. How should the West approach Asia when there is a discrepancy between the gap between West and Asia in terms of their viewpoints about China?
Thank you. And so I'll make one quick comment about Xiao Zhang at the end of my remarks, but just let me start off with the question you just asked me. So I agree that in general, countries in Asia are not interested in being forced to choose between the United States and China. But I do think we've seen a surprising amount of agreement and accord between many of the sort of larger Asian countries and the West. And so you can, if you look at sort of the Pew poll, recent Pew poll that came out that sort of looked at many countries' advanced economies and sort of their sentiment toward China. Certainly European countries, many of them were off the charts in terms of their anti-China sentiment, but so too South Korea, had negative impression of China at 75%. Australia was at 81%. Japan was at 86%. Funny enough, the US was lower than all of them and still high at 73%. But I do think that it would be a mistake to believe that the Asian countries are not enormously concerned and don't have a degree of fairly negative sentiment toward China. And if you look at countries, for example, that barred Huawei from their telecommunications infrastructure, Japan and Australia actually barred Huawei before the United States did. And Japan has certainly emerged as a leader in Asia in terms of forging partnerships with other democracies to counter Chinese influence, as the ambassador, I think, was discussing earlier. You have an Asia-Africa corridor with India and Japan, the Quad. You have the Blue Dot Network with US, Australia, and Japan, a new effort among Australia, Japan, and India on supply chain resiliency. And I think you also have some interesting civil society relationships emerging. For example, among the Thailand, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, and democracy activists and what they're calling this milk tea alliance. I think within ASEAN, it's one thing, I guess, with the major powers. Within ASEAN, there's a lot of variability. Everything from Vietnam, which has developed a very strong mill-to-mill, military-to-military relationship with the United States, also has banned Huawei, to Laos, which is, of course, very much more in China's orbit. And I think when asked to choose between the United States and China, as another recent study has done, many of the countries in ASEAN, they split pretty significantly. So, Singapore, the Philippines, Vietnam, choose the U.S. You've got Laos, Brunei, Myanmar, Malaysia choosing China, and in between, much more split, closer to 50-50. Interestingly, you have Thailand, Indonesia, and even Cambodia, which I think is very interesting. Basically, what comes out of all of that is that everybody wants the European Union and Japan to play a stronger role in the region. And of course, there's still a lot of sentiment about ASEAN finding its own way, its own path, and ASEAN centrality and autonomy. Overall, I guess I would say I think countries in Asia are more likely to talk softly in expressing their concerns about China, but it is important to watch what they're doing on the ground. As far as Xia Jiang's last point about sort of the emerging coalition of countries and the fact that Xi Jinping actually welcomes all of this pushback, I might characterize it slightly differently, which is to say, I think it's easy for Xi and for China, the Chinese leadership, to push back against the United States and to use that to rally nationalist sentiment, because there's always been the argument the United States is simply trying to contain China. Even when it was completely not true, you would find that argument in the Chinese media and among more hawkish and conservative parts of the Chinese academy. Today, there's more of an element of truth given the Trump administration. I think Xi Jinping finds it harder, and I think there is more pushback within China, certainly among elite circles, against sort of this hard wolf warrior diplomacy type of approach when you start to look at many other countries in Europe and Japan, South Korea. So I think once you start engaging a much wider range of countries, I think then it becomes less plausible that this is just about the United States trying to contain China when you have many more voices speaking out. I think the real danger point, and I'll stop here, will be when and if a broader group of developing economies and developing democracies begin to challenge China. And I think then you'll really find Xi Jinping placed in a very difficult position to argue that what he's doing, either domestically or on the, domestically with regard, for example, to Xinjiang, but also on the foreign policy front, he'll find it much more difficult to defend that against his critics. Thanks.
Oh. Hello.
Looks like Mike was maybe frozen.
Yeah. Michael?
So, Ambassador, you want to?
Maybe I'll just come in to
well, maybe
say that I want to thank. I'm thankful for Dr. Economy's sort of a recategorization of my overly broad statement. I think she got a very important point.
So I actually would challenge that a little bit, because I think Europe has had a much harder time actually being more explicit. It's only in the last couple of months that Germany, France, the European Union have come out with an Indo-Pacific strategy. And it's not such a long time ago that the US president was talking about how, President Xi was his best friend, how well he was handling the coronavirus epidemic, etc. So I actually find that developing countries have been able to come forward more. India certainly, because of our specific problems with China, which refuses to even discuss demarcating the border, but also countries like Malaysia, Myanmar, which renegotiated projects that they had been forced to undertake in the Belt and Road Initiative and actually brought the costs down a great deal. ASEAN has, of course, been unhappy, but I'm not sure it's unhappier than the China plus 17 grouping in Europe, where some of the members of this grouping actually prevented the European Union from even passing a resolution on the human rights situation in China. I think it's a more complex question of how much a country is able to resist. and including Australia, which till a year ago was not actually taking on these issues. And that has a lot to do with the economic interdependence and how much the globalization and the supply chains all centered around China actually have made governments hesitate. So yes, populations, as they were polled by the Pew Research Organization, showed a lot of antipathy, but governments much less than their people.
And, I think you're pointing to an important, making an important point in the sense that we've seen evolution, right? And so, for example, Europe has, over the past year and a half to two, become much stronger in its approach to China. Its characterization of China as a systemic rival is fairly radically different from how it was looking at China a number of years ago. If you start to look, for example, the countries that have signed on to the resolution criticizing China on Xinjiang, right? That number has increased by at least 10 to 15 over the past just year. The number of countries that have moved to ban Huawei from their infrastructure also has increased over the past year. And I have to say, much as I am loath to give too much credit to the Trump administration, I think that a lot of that has to do with not President Trump himself, but his administration. And here I'll just say I think it's important to distinguish between President Trump and his approach to China, his comments about Xi Jinping as his best friend, and all these things, and then what his administration is doing, because his administration is much more multilateral and internationalist than President Trump is. And so I want to make that point because I think it's important to distinguish. In many respects, the U.S. has two very different foreign policies underway when it comes to China.
Yeah,
I agree with you, but I do want to I just want to make one small point clear, which is that Asia is very troubled and we feel the weight of China much more perhaps than Europe has in the past. But you're absolutely right that Europe has evolved.
Right, I agree that Asia is in a different situation because one, they are taking the opportunity of economic rise of China, that the China and India and two are the engines of the economic growth in the past decades. So there's an enormous benefit that they align with China in many ways, but also that China has been historically until now a untrustworthy power that in the region. It has issues with practically every countries around its border, be India and Japan and so Vietnam. So this untrustworthiness is deeply rooted. And now giving is a Communist Party's authoritarian power, which is not accountable to its own people, cannot change the nature of that untrustworthy relationship. So the more China grows stronger, and there's more tension in a sense between its neighbors, although there's also that economically and geopolitically there's other a certain benefit from the region. So that's put Asia in a very South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia in a very different place than say United States is a dominant power, which has a lot of concerns, but but China is changing the world order, or the Europe, which kind of like trying to take an advantage between the rival between the United States and China, until it's realized this is not about a simple geopolitical interest, but it's a fundamental sort of camp of that China is a rising authoritarian model, which I don't think European countries can agree with. So they start to sense that threat, but still remotely.
Yeah. Sorry, let me interrupt you. And well, thank you so much for continuing the discussion. I lost the internet connection, and now I'm using my phone to come back here. Well, I'm not sure if Ambassador Neelam Dio had another chance to talk for the second round, but I think it's about time that we have to wrap up. Well, I'm sorry I lost access to the question as well, so I cannot pick up the question, and I really apologize about that. So, well, thank you very much for this wonderful, very wonderful discussion in here. I think, although I missed the final or some minutes, emphasized in the session. One is that pandemic or Trump are not variables, and there has been the strengthening of the Communist Party in China, even before then, and also China's aggressive behavior has been there since Xi Jinping.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question. Sure.
Yeah, I think Elizabeth, would you do that?
Okay, so this is addressing my point. Thanks for everybody. And if we use China technology or Zoom, probably better quality. But that's also a problem, right? I'll leave that for everybody else.
A big problem of trust. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
My name is Ian Willoughby, and I'm joined by the political scientist and historian Jacques Rupnik, one of the co-creators of The Other Europe. Mr. Rupnik, when this series began back in the late 1980s on Channel 4, what were you setting out to achieve with the program?
Well, the idea started in the mid-80s, around 1985, 86, and there were essentially two motives. One was there was a growing interest in what could be called today the dissident movement, independent culture in Central Europe. And on the other hand, there was a Gorbachev moment. And there was a great, almost excessive, if I put it in inverted commas, focus on the Gorbachev reforms and transformation. And the idea for us was, therefore, to shift the focus on the Central European part and say, you know, there is a story to be told about not actually existing socialism as the regime called itself, but the actual regime actually existing dictatorship that existed. And so basically describe the varieties of situations in Eastern and Central Europe, and of course the varieties of possibilities to oppose it. And that was a context in which we started between the moment when we started, 1986, and by the time we got actually to start filming at the beginning of 87 and completed the project at the end of 88. Took a while, but during that period, we really had the time to travel around what used to be called the Soviet bloc. And I can only confess that we didn't see it coming, the collapse of the Berlin Wall or anything like that. But we have more or less tried to describe the landscape before the battle, before 1989.
Well, today we would talk about that period as being late communism. But what state was communism in at that stage? Did it feel at all like it was fraying around the edges, that it was in a bad condition?
It was in bad condition, but that meant different things in different countries. You had countries where the regime more or less accepted that it could no longer exercise the hold it had on society. And you could see that most explicitly in Hungary and in Poland, where the regime accepted a degree of self-limitation, give a greater space to, in Hungary, independent economic activities, in Poland, greater, let's say, cultural activities, or the activities of the Polish church. And then you had regimes such as in Romania, but also in East Germany or in Czechoslovakia, where the regime actually tried, as long as it could, to keep a strong hold on society. So it was compensating sometimes its decay by repressive moves. So if one had to describe the overall situation, one could say this was a situation of decay, of the ideological project, decay of the economy, and decay of the Communist Party's stronghold over the society. But then in each country, it manifested itself differently. And that's what we try to say, that this is not a bloc. Don't treat the Soviet bloc as a bloc. There are a variety of situations. There is diversity of situation. And that diversity is a plus. That is something that should be taken into account when you try to understand what's happening in Central Europe. And of course, it played a crucial role in 1989.
You had some incredible guests on your program, really interesting people. Did any of them say anything about a feeling that things could end, that communism could collapse?
Yes, we interviewed a variety of people, some of them actors within the system, but of course, given my own personal interest, we moved very much to interviewing actors who were operating outside the system. And of course, here again, to arrange an interview in Prague with Václav Havel at the beginning of 1988 took quite a lot of organizing, and it was not an obvious thing to do. Having an interview with György Konrád in Budapest at the end of 1987 was not a big deal. In fact, the very tone of that, if you compare the two interviews, you have two leading writers, Havel, Konrád, okay? One says, people think, they come here, they look around, they say they can't see anything terrible happening. They think, what are they complaining about? And it says, well, they will have to live here. They will have to see how in an ordinary post-totalitarian system works, how the social control, how the repression works. And then you have Konrád, who takes, the tone is very detached. He describes the decay, and he simply says, yes, we are, Europe has been divided after the war. And there is a lucky Europe in Western Europe, which is doing okay. And then there is the unhappy Europe, and I belong to the unhappy. And then we sort of we have adjusted, we've learned to live with this unhappy situation. And of course, if you look at Europeans today, those in the West are quite satisfied with the status quo. They are not very much bothered by it. Well, for us it's different. We are trying to think Europe beyond the divide. And of course, this is related to the subject that we were trying to film, the other Europe, try to understand what's happening behind the Iron Curtain, but also the way they think about Europe and about the European divide differently, obviously, from people in the West.
Now the Other Europe project is in a new phase. What's being done with the material today, and what are your hopes for it?
Well, I think that it was a great opportunity to take the archive, which was deposited in London at the Imperial War Museum after we completed our project, and to be able to move it to where it belongs, that is to Central Europe. And particularly, I think I'm pleased that this is done under the auspices of the Václav Havel Library. So that, I think, is the right place where the archive belongs. And the archive is not just an archive. The archive should be living. And the great thing about what's happening now is the digitalization of the interviews, of the various elements that we have accumulated during that period. And that, I think, will give the project a new life, a life of its own, which will have, you know, different people interested in different countries. If you take somebody in Poland, well, they'll be, of course, primarily interested in stuff related to Solidarność, to interviews with Lech Wałęsa or Jacek Kuroń or Bronisław Geremek. And if you take somebody, as I mentioned, in Hungary, well, you know, obviously, György Konrad, who has died, unfortunately, recently, his interview will be you know, I think, of great interest there. You will see gradually that this variety of people that we have interviewed have very different things to say, and they may have things to say to the younger generation today. I think that we are seeing everywhere in Central Europe, in the Czech case, but I see it everywhere. The new generation born after 1989 consider this, you know, ancient history, very ignorant about it, maybe has some symbolic names or figures that remains in the background, but basically great ignorance about it. And I think that we don't have a doctrine or anything to transfer, but we have testimonies. We have interviews, documentary material, and that in itself, I think, is very interesting for the younger generation. You see directly an interview with one of the protagonists, and they tell about their experience, about the way they view things. And that, I think, is sometimes more effective than a very didactic approach. You know, if it was a lecture or if it was something that was neatly structured. I think the film itself, I hope, The Other Europe, is neatly structured. It had to be, because we couldn't film freely. And this is another thing that should be borne in mind. Everything we have filmed was filmed under conditions of unfreedom. But what comes out of the material may be of interest to the younger generation who was born in the conditions of freedom already. And maybe that make them think that freedom is not something to be taken for granted, that democracy is not something to be taken for granted. And we see that sometimes it's being, nowadays, living under duress, trampled upon in some cases, and thinking about that period before '89 may be a good start to remember what was at the core of the endeavors of the period after 1989.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much, Mr. Rupnik. I'm afraid we're out of time now, but let's look at some excerpts from the interviews from the project The Other Europe.
Charta 77 vznikla, počátkem roku 77 vstoupila do života jako hnutí za lidská práva. Spojili se v ní lidé nejrůznější, intelektuálové i dělníci, nekonformní mládež, spisovatelé a i bývalí politici. A lidé prostě rozmanitých politických názorů, kteří se mohli sejít na bázi takové jakési vzájemné tolerance, vzájemného respektu a kteří se mohli shodnout na té nutnosti, tedy zasazovat se za dodržování lidských práv. To znamená, jak těch mezinárodních paktů o lidských právech, helsinských dohod a podobně.
Pierwszy etap tej reformy, która nazywała się Solidarnością, był bardzo widowiskowy, bardzo emocjonalny. I z tego etapu nas znają miliony ludzi w Polsce i na świecie. Niemniej jednak, jak tak się zastanowimy głębiej, to ten etap był poza emocją, nie zostawiał tak wielkich jakichś trwałych śladów. Natomiast drugi etap, w którym się znajdujemy, jest etapem, który zbiera te wszystkie emocje i próbuje ustawić je w programy pozytywne, realizacyjne.
Ich glaube, dass der Staat überhaupt seine Ziele verändert hat. Während vor 20 Jahren die ideologischen Dogmen sehr viel stärker waren, stehen nun so ökonomische und ganz pragmatische Probleme im Vordergrund. Also das sieht man an der Rolle, die andere Währung, also die westdeutsche Währung oder überhaupt.
You know, there are two parts of Europe. One is more lucky than the other. I'm living in the part which is not so lucky. So I'm not so pleased by this partition because I am, with a lot of people who are living here, the loser. And the loser is never satisfied with the status quo.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakwa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are please now think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Welcome, everyone, to this session of this year's Forum 2000 conference focused on whether authoritarians will shape the norms of the digital era. This discussion is taking place within the context of this year's Forum 2000 event, which itself is focused on the overarching issue of a new world emerging, restoring responsibility and solidarity. I think our topic today is especially relevant given the sweeping pace and scope of technological change, the fact that such change is outpacing our system's ability in large measure to manage this sort of technological revolution that's emerged, and setting the norms and rules around these technologies has become one of the top order challenges to all of our societies. We face enormous challenges on different but related fronts in this regard. We have, on the one hand, the challenges that open societies face in crafting norms through civil society input, legislatures' input, and other forms of norm creation and rule creation. At the same time, in the recent past, we've seen an acceleration of authoritarians developing technologies that they themselves are diffusing and sharing globally. These technologies incubated within authoritarian settings are posing their own challenges to all of us. And I think we have really a terrific set of speakers to address this subject, given the importance and the stakes involved. I'm not going to read their bios. You have that information. I think most viewers know our speakers well. I'm so pleased to have them with us. We have Vera Jourova, who's Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency. She'll be joining us by pre-recorded video. We have Garry Kasparov, who's among his many influential roles, is chairman of the Human Rights Foundation, clear and relentless voice of human freedom, and Eileen Donahoe, who's executive director of the Global Digital Policy Incubator at Stanford University, and she is one of the leading voices on these issues. She's also a board member at the NED, where I work. And so we'll move right into this. We're going to start with comments from Vera Jourova. We'll have an opportunity after all of our speakers share their observations to take some questions from the audience. And with that, I would ask the organizers to start the comments from Vera Jourova.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very sorry I cannot be with you today. I would have really liked to, but I am negotiating in Luxembourg as you are watching this. Before I get to the subject of the conference, I want to wish everyone good health. We see the situation is getting worse across Europe, so just take good care of yourselves. This is the most important thing. The event today poses a question. Will authoritarians shape the norms of the digital era? Let me answer this right away. No, or at least not without a fight. I will tell you in a minute how we are fighting, but first let me briefly define the problem. While digitalization has offered many tremendous opportunities and made our life easier in many respects, it also created some problems. We are, for instance, discussing the impact of social media on democracy. And this is bigger than just disinformation or polarization on social media. The whole internet was designed as a fair weather tool. So, at each level, we discover that democratic safeguards designed to guarantee free and fair elections or other checks and balances created for the offline reality might not be sufficient or not be sufficiently enforced. The Cambridge Analytica scandal provided a worrying example of this. We had actors willing to win at any cost. We had an intermediary data firm that was willing to engage in this dirty game. And we had a platform that provided a fertile ground for those bad actors to play and scale their game. And we had individuals not knowing what their data was being used for. This environment is a gift for autocrats whose main goal is to undermine democracy, to show that their systems of governments are on equal footing with democracies. There is no doubt that online disinformation is being used to sow division, instill fear and undermine trust in our public institutions. But I strongly believe we can fix this and make it much more difficult for those who want to abuse it. Europe is the largest common market in the world, and platforms have a strong incentive to play by our rules. And in Europe we are aware of the issue and we are ready to tackle it. We will do so in a European way, weighing the need to have more resilient democracies, but also bearing in mind that freedom of speech and expression must be protected and any form of censorship must be avoided. It is a societal problem, and it must also be addressed by all of society, especially as we are threading on the thin line between intentional manipulation and free speech. On our side, we will update the rules with two main initiatives: Digital Services Act and European Democracy Action Plan. The Democracy Action Plan, which will focus on elections integrity, strengthening media and freedom of expression, and tackling disinformation in a coherent manner. The funding of political messages and advertisements should be transparent. Citizens should be able to know where a message has come from, who has paid for it, and whether it has been targeted to them. Our Digital Services Act will also ensure that the digital environment, including internet platforms, is part of the solution to the challenges that democracy faces. It will introduce ex-ante rules for large platforms and increase responsibilities for the things that happen on platforms. The key to long-term answers lies, of course, with citizens. So we need to support them in digital education and digital literacy to make us more critical. With the internet, you can have unlimited amount of sources, some of them from Kremlin, for instance. We all should get better in having an instinct to double-check. So, yes, democracies now around the world seem to be more in trouble than a decade ago. Democracies need to be defended. They need to be fought for. They are not made once and for all. On the contrary, democracy is a process. I want to believe that we will overcome this crisis and adjust digital rules to the democratic world, not the other way around. I can promise you one thing for sure. It won't be easy, but the European Union will fight for democracy. And Europe, I hope, is not alone. There are like-minded countries, democracies that face similar problems, and it would make sense to act together to find common solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you good discussions.
So Vice President Jourova provided, I think, a good overview of some of the key challenges that have emerged in the tech domain and the disinformation domain. I want to turn to Garry Kasparov now and ask for his top-order observations on the challenges that are presented in this new context where authoritarians are deeply engaged in the technological space. And then we'll turn to Eileen Donohoe. Garry?
Thank you, Chris. I think one mistake that is being made all the time is that people are concerned about technology, and you hear, time and again about the potential danger of new technology, of high tech spying on us, and we're not recognizing that tech is agnostic. Tech is tech, it's a tool. It's about people who are behind the tech, who are using it. So people who are so happy to download a face recognition app on their iPhone, they should remember that the same face recognition technology is a very dangerous weapon of Chinese Communist Party spying on its citizens. So we should recognize that in the world where we generate data all the time, whether we send pictures from our private affairs, or we exchange messages, or download some business information, we generate data that is being collected. You cannot expect this data to disappear in the thin air. So you cannot stop it, and that's why the real challenge is how to make sure that this data is being collected by those who are responsible, and that's why we can separate the problem. One is the issues related to the free world, were dominated by Googles and Apples and other multinational giants, and undemocratic world that is dominated by the forces that are willing to bend all the rules to their favor. The only reason authoritarians that are just now they are ascending in this area and using chess language, they are taking initiative. It's because the free world has created this vacuum. So we are still talking. We are still not sure, how to defend our privacy, how to defend the integrity of our elections. And of course, if you create vacuum, somebody feels it. So I have a very simple idea that is just we have to concentrate on the advantages of democracy and to make sure that those who are trying to interfere in this process from outside of the free world, whether it's Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, you name it, they have to be met by the most decisive response and it requires political will. So it's not so much about tech. Tech is still being generated in the free world. Almost exclusively technology that we are so afraid of is being invented and produced, though not manufactured, but the ideas have been created in the free world. And right now our problem is twofold. One is the lack of political will, and unpreparedness of political leadership to address the issue. And it's somehow connected to the fact that the public, while expressing concerns about privacy and safety online, is not willing to give the decisive mandate to politicians to deal with this problem.
So that's a terrific segue to Eileen Donahoe. Garry has made the point that tech can be seen as agnostic, and in many ways, the democracies have been slow to get off the blocks to retake the initiative, to use, in essence, Garry's words in this context. What do the democracies need to do to retake the initiative in defining what norms can properly safeguard technology's evolution and development?
So first, let me say I completely agree with Garry's assessment that we have left a vacuum of leadership, and that is a very significant problem. So to the question posed by the title of this panel, will authoritarians shape norms in the digital era? I would say they must not, but they could, if we do not get our acts together and become much more proactive as it relates to both the technology and the norms. And so I want to make one point on the technology front and then 3 points on the normative front. When it comes to the technology, I think that an important thing is for democratic governments to come to the recognition that technological power and normative power go together. And arguably, in fact, in 21st century digitized society, economic power, military power, geopolitical power, and even normative power will all derive from technological ability. And so it's very difficult to be a global norm setter or regulator of technology if you're not leading in the technology itself. And it's similarly very hard to counter the normative impact of authoritarians without power in the technology space itself. So I think we have to start there. China has made its ambition very clear to be the world's leading AI superpower by 2030. We know AI is important as an enabler of every other sector. The United States is currently approximately 2 years ahead, but unless there is a dramatic change, we will definitely be falling behind in the AI space. We've also seen China's export of communications infrastructure around the world, and that kind of infiltration into other societies expands power, coercive power, creates dependence of societies on China for the infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is now the infrastructure of society. So that should be very concerning to us. And so the simple point of advice here on the technology is, rather than only see the downside risks of the technology and only having a goal to regulate it, we in the free world need to see technology as the vehicles through which we spread our values, as channels through which our norms and values can be embedded around the world. So bottom line there is invest in the technology itself as a starting place. On the normative front, I want to just make 3 observations. There are 3 different senses of the term norms and the ways in which authoritarians are having increasing influence. One is the sense of norms as normal behavior, typical, usual practice. The second sense is the sense of norms as standards, more in a technical sense, quantitative metrics so that things can work together. And the third is norms in the way our community normally uses that term, principles of right action, where sort of a moral judgment comes into play. And I would say the authoritarian influence is happening in all three of these realms. We certainly have seen normalization of authoritarian utilization of technology for repression, censorship, surveillance around the world. Authoritarians are role modeling these uses of technology and at the same time exporting the technologies for these purposes. And so that first sense of the word norms, typical behavior, that's the first concern. In the second sense of the meaning of norms, I think we don't give quite enough attention here, which is that we see significant Chinese, especially, and other authoritarian influence in international tech standard setting bodies, where tech protocols and interoperability standards for future generation technologies are being set. Chinese leadership at the ITU or pushing the so-called China Standards 2035 are good examples of this type of normative influence that is much more significant than many of us in the democratic world recognize. And we need to get much more active there. Similarly, exporting the digital communications infrastructure is a form of standard setting because we're dependent on them, again, for the future functioning of our infrastructure. Third point is in this other realm of normative principles. And there is another where this is almost heartbreaking to see the investment in international diplomacy, even in fora such as the Human Rights Council. China has been running circles around the Western democracies there. There have been a couple of declarations, resolutions passed with respect to Xinjiang and Hong Kong, which are both sites of incredibly repressive uses of Chinese technology against minorities, dissidents, opposition. And yet they have succeeded in convincing the members of the Human Rights Council to support their version of the story with respect to Xinjiang and Hong Kong. And it's just much broader influence in the global narrative. We're really in a global narrative battle over whether democratic governance or authoritarian government is going to be a more effective mode of governing in digitized society. So I would just say we need to become much more active in all three of these normative areas. What are normative practices in terms of utilization of tech? What are the standards that we should be embedding into the technology and protocols themselves? And how do we influence the normative realm in terms of how we evaluate the moral impact of technology?
So thank you, Eileen. You and Garry have both given such a lucid framework for thinking about these issues. I want to turn to both of you for one quick second round before we open this to the audience. Let me turn to Garry. And I think one thing that strikes me, and I'll pose this question with the benefit of hindsight, looking back in time, where the technologies of 10 or 15 years ago, when they were gathering steam, we had the ability then, in principle, to devise approaches, strategies that would bound them more effectively within a more suitable normative framework and to make them more friendly for democratic context. I think looking back at, say, the way social media has evolved, while it has some remarkably positive aspects, it also has some toxic aspects that we're seeing in real time in so many countries. So if we were to think about where we are today looking forward with the key emerging technologies, including AI and its offshoots, what in your view should we keep in mind for having the right strategy to get better outcomes going forward?
The key problem, I believe, is that tech is evolving far faster than our political process. I wrote about this in The Economist just yesterday, coincidentally. So tech advances with Moore's law. And naturally, people, they have come to expect that speed and responsiveness from everything will be on par with the development of tech. So, and social media is instant, and it's very addictive. But politics is slow. It's really slow. And now, it seems that we gave full power to Silicon Valley giants to substitute this political process. Because on the political side, we're dealing more with the Parkinson law. So it's every problem is being met by the increase of the size of the units dealing with the problem. So adding manpower instead of cutting the time to make decisions. And also we should remember that modern tech, it's very dynamic and it's easier to weaponize it. So that's why in all these cyber wars, propaganda wars, hybrid wars, you name it, so the advantage is always on the side of the attacker. So if you are, trying to be defensive today, it's always guaranteed that you'll be on the losing side. And it seems that the free world is yet to understand how to play the game, because the game, requires some sort of policy of you call it confinement. So it's deterrence, because right now it's more like a wild west. Though the main threat comes from the east, mentioning China. So whoever has the biggest guns and the quickest draw is going to have power. So we just have to recognize these realities and to find the right approach. At the end of the day, it still goes back to political will. So recognizing that we are in danger, as Eileen said, American technological leadership is very much in question, and China is not hiding its ambitions. And of course, you have rogue, players like Putin or others that are using every opportunity to harm free world and to create chaos and uncertainty that further downgrades the quality of our democratic process.
And so I'm going to turn back to Eileen now before we then go to the audience. And I see some of the audience questions that are coming in are already touching on the issues we've taken up. And Eileen, I think what strikes me in this conversation is that we've been speaking for 15 or 20 minutes, and we've already hit on some massively complex global questions that have these profound cross-currents running through them. So Garry just alluded to this fantastic pace and dynamism of tech, which tends to outstrip democratic society's abilities to manage it in large measure, especially when it comes to, say, authenticating use, ensuring the integrity of information that people are consuming, safeguarding privacy and the way people's data is used, and so forth and so on. At the same time, some of the emerging powers that have taken grasp of these technologies, developed them at home, and now diffuse them globally, don't play by any rules. China, first and foremost, is in this category, but I think it's fair to say Russia is also in this category. They are purposing these technologies in ways that privilege surveillance, that otherwise bake in censorship capacity, and this is their ambition. And so if we were to kind of distill and boil down some of the top order approaches that we should at least keep in mind, recognizing this is really a fantastically complex issue, what would you privilege or what would you put at the top of the list, drawing on your initial comments?
Okay, that one's actually easy for me. My top of list is that the democratic world needs to come together, and we need to pool our data, pool our technology, and we need to get to that very, very complex, difficult task of figuring out how to adhere to democratic values, apply human rights in digital society. That is, and the commissioner started here, we want democratic rules to rule the digital world, not digital rules to rule the democratic world. Yes, that is the task. Very, very difficult to do. I will give one example. Back post Snowden, 2013 timeframe, a group of civil society actors got together and wrote the 13 necessary and proportionate principles for surveillance technology. That was a massive undertaking with that one moment and that one application of surveillance technology. And it was very difficult, but it was an excellent product. And we basically need to do the equivalent across the board and have human rights impact assessments of all technologies for the private sector and human rights impact assessments for every government use of technology, and articulation of what does that actually entail. And it's got to be compelling enough that we lure the rest of the world to that democratic approach. But the final thing I will say is my biggest concern right now is the drift apart between especially Europe and the United States. Some of it is very understandable, especially on the European side, given the treatment by the current occupant in the White House, as well as we've still never have quite recovered from the Snowden revelations, which were very egregious. But I would make a plea to the European democracies that we must band together. We cannot drift toward this, what I would call a Chinese concept of digital sovereignty for nation states. That is just reinforcing what the Chinese and other authoritarians really want, which is for us to be on our own and to reinforce this concept of what happens in our boundaries stays in our boundaries. And so that would be my plea to the Europeans. We need a shared strategic vision of how we govern digital society through a democratic approach, and we have to do it together.
Thank you so much for that critically important point, Eileen. I'm going to turn to some of the questions coming in from our participants now in the time we have remaining. The first one I have will be for Garry Kasparov. I'll then turn to Eileen Donahoe, and I'll do my best to read this. So the question for Garry Kasparov is, you spoke about the will of the people and agnostic technology. In this context, in terms of shaping rules and regulations, how can we do this in a way that will, over time, advantage the democracies when this competition is so fierce and where the authoritarians are going to be pressing their foot on the accelerator and creating their own rules?
So the answer is very natural. So we must plant our feet on values and base our rules and norms on those, as we always had in the past. So right now, the rules of engagement on the international arena, they are very vague. As we speak today, United Nations Human Rights Council admitting, or maybe already admitted, Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, Cuba, adding to the list of some of the most brazen violators of human rights on this planet, like Mauritania, for instance. The West, the free world, probably that's correctly describing this. It's without using geographical terms, because you have Japan and Australia and New Zealand, South Korea. So the free world has been paying for a long just lip service to these norms. And unless we just recognize that there are fundamental differences that cannot be reconciled by diplomacy, so nothing is going to happen. And I made a point. It's time to get together. She mentioned Europeans. I just mentioned our allies in the Far East. So it's time to get together and start setting up the rules that will make sure that Russia and China will not have an upper hand in this newly emerged digital world.
And I think it's important to note that we're focused in this session on the shaping of rules and norms, but at a practical level today, even with some of the vulnerabilities that users of technologies, digital communications technologies can face, they're still so critical in settings where there are not readily available alternative media to use. And so if we look at a country like Belarus, where modern technologies are being used in the pursuit of freedom, we see how important that is. I think this discussion is so vitally important because we're talking about at a strategic, at a higher level, who's actually shaping the rules that will define the usage of these technologies over the long haul. And that brings me to the next question, which I'll paraphrase, and it's for Eileen. And this is, can AI, and we've already touched on this a little bit, be used to prevent authoritarians from shaping norms? I think the fears now are that the way AI and the arrogation of big data and machine learning is redounding, or at least it seems to be redounding, for non-democratic purposes. But maybe you could just share your reflections on whether this is the case. And of course, if Garry would like to weigh in, that would be great as well. But let's start with Eileen.
Yeah, that is an excellent question. Very, very difficult. Currently, our observation is that AI is being put to use in ways that would concern us in terms of undermining human autonomy and obviously human dignity and liberty, et cetera, but actually taking away that sense of agency from human beings. And that's the big picture concern with AI. I will say that I had a conversation last week with Fei-Fei Li, who is the one of the co-directors of the Stanford Human-Centered AI Initiative, leading, world-leading computer scientist. And she is relatively optimistic about the potential of AI to actually serve liberty and freedom and democratic purposes. So right now, I think, unfortunately, the bad guys are winning in terms of what they're already demonstrating in the world. But I am holding out hope that in the long game, if we bring in the computer science community and get that community to embrace their responsibility to protect democracies and to think about the human rights impacts of the products and services and the research and development that they are doing, I think we will be much more likely to see an end game where AI is actually put to use for good.
Thanks so much for that. Garry, do you want to add to that?
Very, very quickly, it goes back to my first point. It's not about AI, it's about humans. It's about us playing or choosing not to play a role in directing AI for good and preventing it for being used for evil purposes. Humans still have monopoly for evil, and expecting AI, a machine, a Terminator, a Matrix to solve our problems, it's an ostrich policy that helps authoritarian countries.
Chris, let me just take two quick things. I totally agree with that. And for me, I see two dimensions here. To Garry's point. One is, how is the technology used becomes one of the issues. And that's what we already discussed. The authoritarian applications are becoming normalized. But there's also this opportunity to embed values in the technology. That's where the standard setting realm becomes so important. And that's why we need democracies to become active in those realms. And, to understand the technology reflects our values, and our values need to be dominating in all of these circles.
And Eileen, I think that point is so important, as my colleagues and I at NED have seen over the recent years. Technologies that are now being fused and shared in virtually every corner of the world, they do have certain characteristics and properties that can lead the users in certain directions. Some of them are more consistent with liberal democratic norms, some of them aren't. And unless we're engaged in that level, I think in the way as both you and Garry have said, someone else will take the liberty of shaping those norms. And we have to be in this in a serious way. Time is winding down. I'm going to try to integrate at least one more question and pose this to Garry and Eileen, and then we'll work towards the conclusion. And maybe I'll do it in the following way. Someone's asked the question, We've talked a bit about strategy at the higher level, but what about tactics? And what I might add to that is, from the perspective of civil society groups and advocates and the think tanks that are opining on how we should approach these issues, in open societies in the free world, these sorts of institutions are often operating in a very atomized way, in an individual way, which is understandable. This is the way democracies work. At the same time, you have a much more integrated and not seamlessly coherent, but often a more coherent approach coming out of a country like China, which is operating on a wide range of levels with enormous resources. At the level of response, what sort of things do we need to keep in mind to help over time have a more coherent response that can get more traction? And Garry, you may have alluded to this in your Economist piece, but Garry, maybe we'll start with you on this if you want to share a couple of observations, and then turn to Eileen as we work towards conclusion.
Since both words were used in this question, strategy and tactics, I want to emphasize that without strategy, no tactics can succeed. And so far, we are not yet there to decide our tactical responses because we have not agreed on strategy. So we don't have yet political will to build a strategy like, say, in 1946, when the American administration decided to work on policy of containment to stop communism spreading around the world. So it's about creating a plan. And one of the reasons, one of the latest examples of failing without a plan is the end of the Cold War. Since the end of the Cold War in 1991 and collapse of the Soviet Union, the United States failed to come up with an adequate vision for the future. And right now is a time for us to understand what we want in 2025, in 2030. And when we understand what the strategy is, we can start building coalition and working on tactical responses to the authoritarian challenge.
Thank you so much for that. Eileen?
Yeah, so I agree with Garry. We need a compelling vision at a strategic level. That is the first thing. But to the audience question, I would highlight a few things. Everybody's heard about this multi-stakeholder concept of new ways of governing. And I think when it comes to tech governance, it's really essential. Obviously, governments have been inadequate. They haven't done the job of getting up to speed on the technology to be able to assert themselves in a way that have democratic values reflected in the use of the technology. So they can't do it on their own. There's been a tremendous amount of criticism of the private sector, especially, U.S. platforms, et cetera, and the deleterious effects they've had on democratic society. That's very true and real. And there's been this drift of privatization of governance to the private sector for things that impact basic liberty and security of citizens because the governments are not up to speed and have been on their back foot. Here, in this specific regard, I would say we need to push the private sector to embrace and choose. Do they support democracy? Do they take responsibility and embrace their responsibility for thinking about the human rights impact of their products and services? I think we push them in that direction. And then last but not least, I think citizens absolutely must be brought much more into the equation here. The way authoritarians get control is that they use the technology to sort of keep citizens down and to squelch dissent, et cetera. I think we need to really invest in civic education, media literacy, technology literacy, digital security for citizens as a really important way to re-enliven the democratic process, especially in this multi-stakeholder relationship between the governments, the private sector, and citizens.
So I'm afraid we're coming to the end of this discussion. We can't fit in any more audience questions. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank Garry Kasparov and Eileen Donahoe for several reasons. One is the organizers asked me to summarize this discussion and give several takeaways. They've made it very difficult for me have Garry and Eileen, because they've given so many fantastic points. It's hard to choose, but those points have been so lucid. I've got a lot to choose from. And so I'm going to do my best in very short order to touch on 3 of these as a way of concluding, recognizing that there's so many more that they touched on. The first is that tech is agnostic, and it's really moving too quickly for our societies to stay up with it. It's being weaponized, as Garry alluded to. The democratic world, secondly, needs to develop a shared strategy. It needs to unify. It needs solidarity, as the overarching title of this terrific Conference 2000 event has rightly stated. And third, values are integral to this effort, and we need to make sure that anything we do puts that front and center. And so with that, I want to thank our speakers so much for a great and succinct discussion. And now it's my pleasure to turn over the event to the next session on Bolivia's elections, what comes next. So thanks again to everyone for joining us, and thanks again so much to Eileen Donahoe and Garry Kasparov and Vera Jourova.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are thinking more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
So I should say that in 1989 we wanted freedom. Today we have it. And we have so much of this unpleasant freedom that we want some people want some restrictions, more order, some strong leaders. Because, you know, it's hard to bear this difficult thing, freedom, in uncertain world. And freedom is difficult. And democracy is difficult because it put big requirements on us. So I think that only mature people can handle this thing, freedom, to their own happiness and to our common happiness. And we want to do something for this big aim.
Dear friends,
welcome to another
Forum 2000
online chat.
You know, COVID-19 is really the new stage of what you might call a battle of narratives between authoritarian countries and democracies.
But crises are, in many cases historically, an opportunity for autocratic-minded leaders to consolidate powers.
Partly because of the impact of the pandemic, that Cold War II is happening, and that it's not going to be easy to be non-aligned in this new Cold War.
The pandemic is not good news for civic activism, for civil society around the world.
An increasing social inequality after the financial crisis, potentially even more now after the corona crisis.
And I think the democratic world have never really experienced such a challenge in the last 2 decades.
The inadequate measures put by the government to protect people, to ensure that people's livelihoods are protected, and people can continue to have access to food and basic human rights during this lockdown.
By closing the borders, you confirm to the nativists that A, the problem comes from abroad, and B, you can stop that by closing the borders.
You know, there are a lot of challenges that are out in front of the private sector because of the COVID environment, and some opportunities, to be honest.
In some senses, we're seeing the emergence of new kinds of civic initiatives, trying to help out on the health emergency.
The dissolution of the Soviet Union was not the geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century.
That was a great aspiration for us, and at the same time, it was a great fears for the dictators.
We are the role model as a Central Europe, despite all the problems.
Europe and EU is living the best time in our history.
We have to remember that democracy from the beginning was very much about the public.
In fact, most of the democratic decline is coming about not at the behest of populists, but at the behest of executives.
And perhaps we should simply think about a new formulation of liberalism.
In the absence of geopolitical stability, you're not really going to have progress in smaller countries.
Basically, we are living in a state of certain confusion with regard what is the future of the world for the next 20 to 50 years.
China, with the newly found economic power, rapidly built up its military forces. And more importantly, subtly, with the economic power, they corrupt the democratic way of life in the West.
We're seeing a rise of a new empire. This is becoming a new economic, political empire, right? And there is a more global sort of question, what happens to the existing powers?
However, on the value aspect, I think it's every country's own responsibility to make a choice, which position they would like to take.
Now, the West should decide to be with the will of people or to be with the dictators.
We believed in it when in prison we heard about solidarity from official Soviet Pravda. That was like the best proof that we are right, that people will not live under this dictatorship all their life.
We only have you as the international community to stand with us. And just like the speaker who spoke last night said, without international solidarity, we will perish.
We depend on borders. We elect people within districts. We're border-based. Borders matter, but I believe in relations and friendships between these countries.
Despite the horrendous atrocities the Uyghur people are facing today, we are confronted with a muted world. We need your help and support.
the level of control and the level of crackdown on the information space is unprecedented.
Through the use of emerging technologies, we can create a stable authoritarian system that can be exported, that can promise prosperity, that can promise stability, but without freedom.
If we want good things with technology, we're going to have to make that work, because technology does not solve social, cultural, political problems. That's our job.
The appropriate response to our present multifaceted crisis is the development and establishment of a culture of solidarity.
A była taka: nie możesz podnieść ciężaru, no to doproś paru, abyś go podniósł.
Lifestyle matters, individual responsibility matters. But finally, individual responsibility is not a sufficient answer to the challenge we are facing.
Climate change, as I'm trying to see it, is in a way a challenge of humanity. It's a challenge of our morals. It's a challenge which is asking us to do things because they are right, not because we have immediate outcome from them.
Václav Havel, Joe Sasakawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, not kingdom, more seriously, and we should
Vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Bueno, buenos días. Bienvenidos a 2000. Este panel es sobre Bolivia. Tenemos como invitados al secretario general de la Organización de Estados Americanos, Luis Almagro, y al embajador ante la OEA de Bolivia, Jaime Aparicio Otero. Bueno, Luis, creo que todos lo conocen, es abogado, diplomático, es canciller de Uruguay y desde el año 2015 secretario general de la Organización de Estados Americanos. El embajador Jaime Aparicio Otero es abogado, periodista y diplomático, es el embajador de Bolivia ante la Organización de Estados Americanos y agente de la Corte Internacional de Justicia. A los dos, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. General, vamos a ver con usted. Desde la Secretaría General de la OEA hay una por el fortalecimiento de los sistemas democráticos de América. En Bolivia, un proceso de transición y cuyas instituciones ágiles, ¿qué hacer para enfrentar un populismo que pretende cooptar el Estado de Derecho?
En primer lugar, una observación respecto al concepto de populismo, ¿no? Porque verdaderamente es algo un poco extraño el manejo de la palabra populismo en estos días en el hemisferio, entonces voy a prescindir de eso, porque o sea, lo que uno ve es que la derecha llama a algunos líderes de izquierda populistas y la izquierda llama a algunos líderes de derecha populistas, y en realidad creo que es definitivamente los liderazgos cuando están avalados por el funcionamiento del sistema democrático, por los votos del pueblo, por el ejercicio de la soberanía de la gente, cualquier líder político merece el mayor de los respetos. El problema es cuando se inducen prácticas autoritarias dentro de un sistema político democrático, cuando se procura llevar las instituciones a una disfuncionalidad en la cual no hay una responsabilidad en la actuación, y que procuran obviamente subvertir o revertir incluso las decisiones pueden ser incluso la gente, como fue en el caso del último proceso electoral en Bolivia. Lo vemos también cuando no existe responsabilidad ante la justicia por los actos, lo vemos cuando hay presos políticos, y ni que hablar cuando se desencadenan múltiples violaciones de derechos humanos e incluso crímenes de lesa humanidad. Y eso es para nosotros el mayor peligro. Entonces, el fortalecimiento de los procesos democráticos se asienta mucho también en el fortalecimiento y en el buen funcionamiento de los procesos electorales. Y los procesos electorales, obviamente, es necesario, primero, tratar de darle el mayor sentido de transparencia, el mayor sentido de justicia, y que verdaderamente la voluntad del pueblo sea respetada. Eso es la esencia de lo que debe ser un proceso electoral. Y es ahí a donde apuntamos, y es ahí donde tenemos que, obviamente, vamos muchas veces corriendo, detrás de narrativas que se procuran instalar, como lo hemos visto, que sin ningún fundamento científico, técnico y con gente que desconoce absolutamente procesos electorales, han tratado de hacer ganar a Evo Morales, cuando el propio Evo Morales sabía que no había ganado, cuando el propio Evo Morales llamaba a una nueva elección, cuando el propio Evo Morales era consciente de las irregularidades que se habían cometido en ese proceso electoral, como lo era consciente su ministro de Justicia y como creo que algunas otras autoridades del MAS también lo eran. Y en este caso, creo que en el caso de Bolivia debemos buscar que este proceso electoral próximo sea afirmado en las mejores condiciones de justicia y transparencia, y procurar que el esquema y los mecanismos que hicieron el fraude no procuren deslegitimar este proceso nuevamente. O sea, y la forma de legitimar este proceso se puede dar, para un lado, muy claramente, o sea, la otra vez, estando en el poder, era buscar la manera de permanecer en el poder. Esta vez, cuando no dan los votos, eso es algo que no se puede resolver en esta vida, ¿no? O sea, cuando uno entra a una elección y contás los votos y no te alcanzan, es eso y punto. Y nos gustaría que los liderazgos políticos siempre fueran respetuosos de eso. Pero estamos viendo que en este proceso se está procurando ensuciar el mismo, y se está procurando que se llegue a un punto en el cual no haya no se permita al pueblo, digamos, tener plena legitimación de su elegido. Y eso es verdaderamente una forma más de subvertir la democracia, y verdaderamente es un peligro, como fue un peligro, digamos, todo lo que se hizo por parte del expresidente Morales en todo este tiempo, que fue simplemente generar condiciones de inestabilidad permanente y tratar de inducir narrativas de deslegitimación permanentemente. Perdón lo largo de la respuesta, pero el proceso ha sido bastante intenso, digamos.
Y una pregunta para completar su respuesta. Su misión, la misión de la MOE, ¿nos puede hablar un poco de cómo está integrada, quiénes la integran y si tiene más o menos conocimiento cómo se en el país?
Sí, nosotros, la Organización Interamericana está enviando una misión de observación electoral. De hecho, esperamos en unas pocas horas firmar el acuerdo para que nos permita el despliegue de la misión. Va a estar integrada por un poco más de 30 personas, y va a tener obviamente apoyo técnico para definir los 14 estándares en los cuales trabaja esencialmente la OEA. Y uno es el pleno respeto al resultado electoral, las condiciones de justicia y transparencia de lo que hablaba, y luego las condiciones en las cuales el proceso ha sido desarrollado, que tiene que ver con financiación, temas de género, temas obviamente tecnológicos y otros temas que son esenciales en cuanto al respeto a los derechos civiles y políticos de la gente.
Perfecto. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, secretario general. Ahora pregunta, embajador, ¿cómo cree usted que el nuevo gobierno del país va a poder dar la política internacional en un contexto regional muy politizado? ¿Cómo ve el futuro gobierno de Bolivia, mundo politizado regional que es en este momento?
Bueno, gracias Tamara por invitarme a este foro. Yo creo que está hoy día en juego como nunca antes la democracia en Bolivia, pero también como nunca antes las implicaciones regionales que va a tener esta elección del 18 de octubre. Acá se va a dar un escenario muy complejo, como lo ha dicho el secretario general de la OEA. Los números no le dan al partido de Evo Morales. Hay en Bolivia, claramente, si uno ve las encuestas, hay una gran mayoría, y esa mayoría es la gente que se ha cansado de 14 años de abusos y de la descomposición moral de Evo Morales y su gobierno. Por tanto, están alrededor de un 30%, lo cual implica que aún llegaran a la primera vuelta no pueden ganar y acceder a la presidencia. Por tanto, van a tratar de enlodar el proceso y tratar de desestabilizar el país en el caso de que una derrota, como parece ser, esté en el resultado de la elección. Y acá viene el escenario internacional tan complicado, ahora y después, y es que está totalmente fragmentado, pero hay un grupo, como el Grupo de Puebla, que está muy bien organizado en una campaña de desinformación y está preparando el terreno para decir el día de mañana que Arce, el candidato del MAS de Evo Morales, tenía todas las posibilidades de ganar. Entonces, la estrategia de estos días es primero decir que no hubo fraude, sabiendo, como lo ha explicado la OEA, que fue un fraude multifacético y muy claro y que está contenido en un informe impecable de la OEA, pero están buscando decir, primero, negar ese fraude y segundo, decir que el candidato Arce va a ganar en primera vuelta. Han inventado, CELAC ha inventado unas encuestas totalmente ridículas porque no la han hecho ni no han estado ni en Bolivia, pero
Jaime,
la narrativa,
Jaime,
sí.
Te puedo interrumpir, o sea, las encuestas de CELAC verdaderamente CELAC no pudo contar los 34 votos dentro de la OEA, o sea, para mi elección. O sea, si no puedes contar 34 votos, o sea, ¿cómo vas a hacer una proyección mucho más amplia que esa? Por favor, eso no es serio. No son serios en ningún approach estadístico de ningún tipo, Jaime.
Exactamente.
Y declarar ganadores en primera vuelta, 15 días antes de las elecciones, verdaderamente esa es el colmo del despropósito. Bueno, también me habían declarado perdedora en la reelección de la OEA, ¿no? O sea, es gente con una visión muy particular del conteo de votos, ¿no? Lo cual no es muy extraño teniendo en cuenta los personajes que tiene ahí.
Está precisamente direccionado a eso, a causar caos en Bolivia. Y obviamente uno ve quién está detrás de estas organizaciones y es obviamente el ex canciller de Correa, el propio Correa, la gente de Podemos en España. Es un grupo muy bien organizado porque Bolivia tiene dos cosas en este momento que regionalmente son importantes. La primera es que su ubicación geográfica, más allá de su peso económico y político, la ubicación geográfica de Bolivia es clave para resucitar el proyecto autoritario de América Latina que se dio con Lula, con los Kirchner, con Correa, con Evo Morales, y del que ahora solo quedan Maduro, Ortega y obviamente los Castro. Este proyecto regional necesita un triunfo de Evo Morales o del candidato Evo Morales en Bolivia, y eso es lo complicado, y están utilizando para eso una red de militantes políticos que es muy extensa y muy poderosa, canales de televisión, periódicos importantes como el New York Times y el Washington Post, están usando al senador Sanders, a la congresista Ocasio-Cortez. Es como ustedes ven una red de desinformación que está buscando el renacimiento de un proyecto como el que conocimos hace algunos años. Y ahí está el peligro, el problema para el nuevo gobierno. El nuevo gobierno de Bolivia va a tener que enfrentar un escenario complicado con toda esta red ideológica atacándolo y con un parlamento dividido en lo interior.
Eso era una cosa que quería preguntar al secretario general, ¿no? Porque el secretario general ha sido víctima de ataques de los periódicos más importantes de Estados Unidos, ¿no? Como usted los mencionó, y mi pregunta sería, por ejemplo, sobre este tipo de medios de comunicación internacionales tan reconocidos, secretario general. Ya el embajador nos respondió en parte, tiene que ver con el grupo Puebla, por ejemplo, ¿no? Pero ¿por qué cree usted que se han prestado estos medios a desprestigiar el trabajo de la MOE, para desprestigiar el trabajo de la Asamblea General de la OEA. ¿Por qué en específico? Me gustaría saber su opinión, ¿no?
Primero, lamentablemente, quizás es algo que me gustaría hacer y es dar opiniones, pero yo no hablo dando opiniones, o sea, simplemente vamos a referirnos a hechos y poner algunos hechos más en claros. Nosotros, la instalación de narrativas políticas es algo más viejo que andar a pie, ¿no? O sea, esto es algo que forma parte de la lógica de la actuación política partidaria en el hemisferio y la lucha ideológica en el hemisferio. Es algo, las narrativas a veces las pone uno, a veces las ha puesto otro. Esto no es algo que debamos ideologizar. Sí, nosotros siempre contestamos con hechos y con elementos técnicos, y esa fue nuestra respuesta a algún senador y algún congresista norteamericano. Y lo hacemos sobre la base de elementos muy ciertos. O sea, cuando hablamos del fraude en Bolivia, no hablamos de alguien que escribe, porque tampoco son estos medios prestan sus espacios a algunos escritores que sí, algunos se toman la molestia de googlear los nombres, o sea, algunos los conocemos ya de vieja data, ¿no? Y ya sabemos sus filiaciones y sus vinculaciones con dictaduras hemisféricas, como la cubana o la venezolana, ¿no? Hay que ir muy lejos para ver las simpatías muy claramente manifestadas al respecto. Por lo tanto, no es algo que nos preocupa el ataque ideológico, porque hemos sido víctimas del ataque ideológico permanentemente, o sea, todo a lo largo de la gestión. O sea, a veces hemos ido entre fuego cruzado de derecha a izquierda, a veces solamente la izquierda, a veces solamente la derecha, pero no ese es el tema. Para nosotros, o sea, el fraude está basado en la alteración de actas electorales, está basado en la falsificación de esas actas, está basado en el presionado de estas actas, está basado en los servidores ocultos al sistema que insuflaron con cientos de miles de votos ese proceso electoral, está basado en el registro y la votación de personas fallecidas. O sea, está basado en elementos fácticos muy reales, y que obviamente no han sido contrastados nunca, y nosotros verdaderamente cada vez que hemos dado una respuesta, a veces los medios eligen no publicar nuestra respuesta, todo su derecho de la libertad de expresión, que es negar al otro la libertad de expresión, en algunos casos, y también, o sea, cuando las hemos puesto sobre la mesa, eso ha significado, digamos, el silencio de la otra parte al respecto, o no tener más remedio que admitir que eso sí pasó, como lo tuvo que hacer el New York Times. O sea, que sí hubieron actas alteradas, que sí hubieron actas presionadas, que sí hubieron servidores ocultos, que sí esos servidores ocultos insuflaron cientos de miles de votos en el proceso electoral. Y vamos a seguir hablando con hechos y desde un punto de vista institucional. Yo no voy a entrar en un debate de narrativas ideológicas porque no me corresponde, no le corresponde a la Organización de Estados Americanos actuar así. Y nunca me consideré victimizado porque no es algo que me llega. O sea, ya uno con unos años en la política, como tiene Jaime también acá, o sea, ya uno tiene la piel de elefante y tiene estómago como para mucho más que esto, ¿no? O sea, esto es prácticamente cuando ve uno en la proyección algún semi-think tank, pero no sé bien qué es, como el que mencionó Jaime, o sea que verdaderamente no pudieron contar 34 votos de la OEA y después quieren hacer proyecciones estadísticas de las votaciones de millones de votantes en Bolivia. O sea, es un despropósito absoluto, cuando no podés contar en un medio cerrado la cantidad de votos, o sea, vas a contarlo en una dinámica y proyectarlos. Verdaderamente no fueron serios sus análisis, no son serios, pero está, si eso es lo que ellos quieren presentar, muy bien. Nosotros verdaderamente tenemos hechos, digamos, y por eso la diferencia de una misión que estuvo en el terreno, que está ahora en el terreno, y otro que hace un informe o un editorial encerrado en una oficina de un think tank. Verdaderamente no hay punto de comparación, no hay punto de referencia que permita hacer siquiera un remoto paralelismo entre las dos cosas. Uno es un trabajo absolutamente serio como el que hemos realizado en el terreno, basado en esos hechos, y lo otro, bueno, no sé cómo calificarlo siquiera.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias. Quiero hacerle una pregunta al embajador que también me gustaría que la respondiera el secretario general. Embajador, ¿cuáles son los desafíos que usted piensa enfrentan los bolivianos el próximo 18 de octubre? ¿Cuáles son los desafíos que tiene la civil que enfrentar el próximo 18 de octubre?
Yo creo que hay tres desafíos esenciales. El primero y el más inmediato, por supuesto, tiene que ver con la pandemia y con las heridas profundas que va a dejar en la sociedad. Bolivia recibió un país sin infraestructura hospitalaria, el gobierno con la mayor cantidad de recursos provenientes de los altos precios de materias primas, fue incapaz de invertir en educación y salud. O sea que el gobierno recibió un estado absolutamente precario en materia de salud y le va a tocar a este gobierno enfrentar tanto el tema de salud, o sea, la continuidad de esta pandemia, como el tema de la recuperación de la economía. Ahí viene el segundo tema, que es cómo se va a enfrentar el desarrollo económico, los problemas sociales que ha creado esta crisis y cómo, siendo una crisis mundial, se va a tener un nuevo paradigma de desarrollo que tenga en cuenta las nuevas variantes, que es la falta de recursos internacionales, la falta de inversión y sobre todo el tema más preocupante es que nuestros productos como el gas y los minerales están con precios muy bajos y sin mercados porque Brasil y Argentina van a dejar de comprar. Y el tercer punto que creo que es esencial es recuperar la institucionalidad democrática. Eso tiene dos variantes. Uno, hacer que esto que ha sucedido en Bolivia no se repita, tener una democracia con instituciones, poderes independientes, libertad de expresión y insertados en un sistema de democracia representativa que nunca más pueda caerse. Y en segundo lugar, enfrentar los peligros que hay a esta. Uno de ellos es el de la justicia. Si Bolivia no asegura el Estado de Derecho y de la justicia, estamos perdidos. Hemos visto lo que ha significado tener una justicia al servicio de gobierno, como pasa en Venezuela o en Nicaragua. El efecto es desastroso. Y el otro último tema que le queda, aquí lo pongo entre democracia y seguridad, es el narcotráfico, que es una de las razones por las que el Grupo de Puebla apoya a Bolivia, porque Bolivia es una fuente de financiamiento ilegal de muchos de los movimientos que hay en la región. No en vano las FARC, recordarán en las grabaciones de Reyes, del terrorista de las FARC, se notaba la admiración por lo que decían el modelo boliviano, un modelo que constituía en que el propio presidente de la República era el presidente de los sindicatos de producción de hoja de coca en el Chapare, donde 95% de esa hoja de coca va al narcotráfico. Entonces, ese tema va a ser muy difícil para el próximo presidente, tiene que tomar decisiones de cómo va a enfrentar ese peligro a la institucionalidad y a la seguridad del país.
Sí, Tamara.
Secretario,
en realidad prácticamente la misma respuesta, o sea, creo que es lograr niveles de votación altos sin que esto signifique un recrudecimiento en términos de contagio de la pandemia. Obviamente que en este periodo es ver cómo se resiste, cómo Bolivia resiste mejor al COVID-19 y y luego tendrá que proyectar el escenario de salida al respecto para alcanzar niveles de crecimiento económico y de empleo y de seguridad y bienestar para la gente que son tan necesarios. Y que en este contexto electoral, que el proceso electoral sea en paz, que sea un proceso electoral tranquilo, que la gente asista pacíficamente a votar, que no se utilice la violencia como instrumento electoral, que no se busquen amedrentamientos ni intimidaciones, que se busque que la gente esté tranquila y que pueda ejercer su derecho al voto en paz, su derecho a elegir en paz. Esto obviamente también es necesario despolarizar al pueblo, es unir al pueblo boliviano en una unidad estratégica, digamos, o sea que el pueblo boliviano no sienta las presiones polarizantes que le pueden venir de algunos lados del sistema político, que sienta que tiene un futuro en común y que ese futuro en común tiene que ser construido entre todos. No hay margen para que haya bolivianos que estén fuera del proceso. Tiene que ser un proceso entre todos los bolivianos, todas las bolivianas. Y los conceptos de claves de soberanía, obviamente, que radican en el pueblo y que sea respetada, y de independencia, que Bolivia no sea nunca más un instrumento de nadie, o sea, y menos un peón en los esquemas estratégicos de las dictaduras del hemisferio. Eso creo que eso es lo clave.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que todos queremos que Bolivia transite hacia una verdadera democracia y estoy segura que la Secretaría General de la OEA va a acompañarlos también en ese proceso para que se fortalezcan las instituciones, que es lo más importante para alcanzar la verdadera democracia, ¿no?
Tenga capacidad de dar respuesta a las necesidades de la gente. Instituciones democráticas fuertes, eficientes y que tengan esa capacidad de resolver los problemas reales de la gente. Problemas de tener el mejor esquema productivo en el país, de tener mejores condiciones de trabajo en el país, las mejores condiciones de producción y las mejores condiciones sociales.
Y embajador de los democráticos, plataforma, respeten todos los derechos. No hay otro sistema, ¿no? Bueno, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos, gracias por estar en Forum 2000, gracias embajador, gracias secretario general. Todo lo mejor para Bolivia en las próximas elecciones. A pocos días de las elecciones.
Gracias, Tamara.
Muchísimas gracias a los dos.
Nos vemos, Jaime, para
Nos vemos. Gracias.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Saskia and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, they are peace, think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
Search for simple solutions always creates fertilized ground for dictators, because they always have easy answers. And I think that's the fact that we are seeing, the rise of authoritarian leaders, from east to west. And, even now in the United States, we have somebody, who is openly praising Putin and his methods. Tells me that there is a demand, because people looking for answers, because globalization created new challenges, and democratic institutions, democratic governments, they fail to provide these answers. And again, since you fail to provide these answers, there's always someone just sitting in the bushes, waiting to come up with a simple solution. And also, that's quite ironic. Twitter, Facebook, and all other tools of social media that in theory should be very helpful to promote ideas of freedom and democracy, they're, by the way, very helpful to promote other things as well. And this is something that I think we tend to forget. We believe that, every new device that is being, introduced to the market almost on a weekly basis now, it's a sign of progress. Actually, it's not, because the device that everybody has in his or her own pocket or purse is very good for making friends, doing business, financial transactions, you name it. But it's also quite good on building terrorist networks or promoting propaganda, negative propaganda. And again, we didn't think about it. And as it happened many times before, this technology has been used by bad guys before we actually realized what kind of danger has been built by our own hands. Having said that, I'm still, and I'm still optimist. I believe that long-term dictators cannot offer any durable solutions. We know it from history. But the problem is not, whether we'll win long-term. The problem is what price we'll pay for reaching this destination, and what kind of damage can be created. Because so far we're not missing tools and means to oppose this aggressive approach of dictators and thugs around the world. We're missing political will, because everybody knows that making changes is always painful. And we still live in an era of complacency. We're still, dealing with political reality where suggesting even that we have to make a sacrifice could lead politicians to an oblivion and a political decimation.
Dear friends, welcome to another
Forum 2000 on mindset.
So the Taiwanese government actually sent some scientists to China to try to figure out what that was. And the Taiwanese government actually told the WHO.
Now, many experts have said, had the Chinese government intervened early, 95% of the coronavirus pandemic in the whole world, including in China, could have been prevented.
My worry is that China, because of these pressures, may take greater risks
in its domestic and foreign policy.
The private businesses is spreading because of the help of China and the kind of structure of propaganda they have.
The supporting rate of pro-democracy camp gradually increased in the past few months because everyone realized how Beijing lies resulting in people die all over the world.
So it seems to me that the Chinese are occupying all the empty space left by the Americans.
I would like to see the so-called West, the developed democratic countries of Europe and the USA and others, to be more involved in Africa and to compete with China in Africa.
In other words, universal values. And I think what people really don't understand is that China sees these values as a threat to its very survival, because its system is based upon a totalitarian idea.
And there is a real competition going forth, especially in emerging markets, for whose values, whose business models are going to win out.
If we are to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, we have to be able to understand how the world around us changes. So of course we also have to talk and think about issues like the rise of China.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, please think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.
Good evening, everybody in Prague, in Europe, elsewhere. Good afternoon in the United States, early afternoon. So we are global online. Forum 2000 conference is organizing a panel to discuss the post-COVID era and possibly also post-Donald Trump era in the United States in particular, with a lot of attention to the foreign policy. So this is the subject of our next 45 minutes discussion. And we do have two excellent speakers from the United States. One is Charles Kupchan, political scientist, member of the Council of Foreign Relations, and also professor at the Georgetown University, who served in the past as the assistant to the two presidents, Bill Clinton. I remember him personally since that era, and then also to Barack Obama. He's also a prominent author of a couple of books, in particular, The End of American Era and No One's World. The other speaker, William Crystal, which is a famous no-conservative political analyst and commentator. He is well known as the founder of the Weekly Standard and now the editor of the Butchwork. We remember Bill very well when he has established the project for the New American Century. And he was a Republican, while Charles is a Democrat. But Bill supporting Ronald Reagan, supporting both Bushes, in particular upholding the campaign of George W. Bush personally. Then once Donald Trump took the stage, so he appeared as one of the very outspoken opponent of Donald Trump, being among those who established this Republican voters against Trump and endorsing very early this year also Joe Biden in the campaigning. So, guys, you have a lot of different views, one Democrat, one neoconservative, but you have also something in common, and that's the criticism of Donald Trump. So my first question to you is that the first, maybe the last term of Donald Trump comes to an end, focusing just on foreign affairs, just now ignore the domestic policy. What is your brief evaluation? Was it better or even worse than you have expected 4 years ago? And Charles, maybe you are the first.
Sure. Sasha, it's very nice to see you again after a long break. I have very fond memories of working with you back in the 1990s. And Bill, good to see you again. I guess I'll make three brief comments in response, Sasha. The first is that the Trump administration has been much worse than I thought, in that as he campaigned, he made various pledges about America first, about unilateralism, isolationist soundings, protectionism. And I, along with I think many of my fellow Americans, believed that he wouldn't deliver on most of it. But he actually has. It's quite disconcerting to me the degree to which he has implemented a foreign policy, which, at least from where I sit, has done grievous damage to the United States as well as the rest of the world. And it's not just the substance of the policy. It's not just the trade wars that he's picked or the fact that he insults our allies and cozies up to autocrats. It's simple lack of decency, of respect, of the degradation of the United States as a model that other countries want to emulate. I think that's particularly costly at a time when Russia and China are essentially attempting to push out an anti-democratic alternative to liberal democracy. The good news is that I don't think that the damage caused by these policies is quite as bad as it could have been, in the sense that NATO is still standing. The basic institutional infrastructure that we inherited from the era of 1941 through Barack Obama, a lot of that is still intact. It's weakened, it's been damaged, but the system itself, to me, shows remarkable resilience, and I take a certain comfort in that. My final comment would be to say that even though I don't care for Mr. Trump or his foreign policies, I think we need to harvest some lessons from the Trump era about the need to address the underlying sources of populism, the future of work, immigration, economic discontent that is causing disconcerted politics on both sides of the Atlantic. And I also think that Trump has spoken to members of the American public that feel the U.S. has overreached. And it's not an accident in my mind that as he campaigns for re-election, he's trying to get out of Syria, get out of Afghanistan, get out of Iraq, downsize Germany. I'm not for all of those policies, but I do think it suggests that a new sweet spot in American politics when it comes to foreign policy may be a somewhat less ambitious role in the world. I'll stop there.
Bill, as a Republican, can you find at least something where you were positively surprised, or your evaluation is more or less the same?
It's similar. Well, first of all, it's good to be with you, Sasha and Charles, and I would love to be there in Prague next year in Prague. Right, we could have a real discussion in person. Yeah, I think my version, the kind of American foreign policy I want to see is not the one he wanted to see, and his supporters, to the degree that they had thought about it, it's not the one they wanted to see. So I think his instincts have been bad, and he's done a fair amount of damage. He was constrained in two ways. I'll just maybe elaborate a tiny bit on what Charles was saying. One that, well, two ways I'd say he was constrained. The institutions of the U.S. government constrained him in lots of ways. His early appointees constrained him. They were much more traditional. A lot of those constraints have gone, which is one reason why I am extremely worried, would be extremely worried if Trump were to have a second term. That is, the first 2 years with Mattis and with a lot of other people in place and a lot of the people left over from previous administrations in place, and Trump uncertain about how to manage the government, that minimized, in a sense, his ability to carry out some of those policies. The Ukraine scandal, in a way, is a perfect example where he didn't actually do what he hoped to do. And the main reason he didn't do what he hoped to do is that a ton of people in the U.S. government, ranging from ambassadors to State Department officials to intelligence community senior officials, didn't let him do what he wanted to do. But they're all gone. They're all gone. Even John Bolton, who was a pretty, on one extreme, you might say, of the more conventional set of foreign policy advocates and officials over the last 20, 30 years, wouldn't go along with what Trump wanted. But Bolton is gone too. So a lot of the internal guardrails in the U.S. government have been removed or weakened. The good news is that they were there. The good news is that they can be restored, I think, and the system remains in some ways in place to restore them. And so that's somewhat hopeful. But again, it makes a second term would be different from a first term. We take for granted that he was checked in all kinds of ways that he wouldn't necessarily be checked if he were reelected and had that kind of vote of confidence and did not have the Jim Mattises of the world and so many others, obviously, around him to H.R. McMaster and many, many, many others, to prevent certain things or make it harder for him to do certain things. The second point, I think this has been not noticed enough in the U.S., maybe it has been noticed abroad in Europe and elsewhere. Our allies have bent over backwards to keep I don't know what term we're going to use, let's just call it the international order, the liberal world order, whatever you want to call it, that's been more or less in effect since 45, have bent over backwards to keep it together. We don't appreciate this in a way enough here, but whether it's in Asia with Prime Minister Abe, in Europe with Prime Minister Merkel or President Macron, many others, they have swallowed hard, put up with a lot of things that they didn't like, took some hits in terms of domestic politics in many cases, not, speaking back at President Trump or by giving away, making some concessions, because they understood how important it was to keep this order together. They did not want the U.S. to simply exit. They did not want a Trump foreign policy in all of its glory. And so they swallowed hard and tried to make things like NATO work. I was talking with someone the other day, I'm sure Charles knows probably more details than I do, but about one of the early NATO meetings and how Trump behaved, someone who was there, who's left the administration, and the degree to which Stoltenberg and Merkel and Macron, Theresa May at the time, just kind of, if they had gone with their impulses, they would have walked out or chastised him or made a fuss, and they just swallowed hard and said, we just got to put up with this for 4 years. The degree to which Prime Minister Abe really found all kinds of ways to flatter Trump and to keep him from going ahead with what looked like he was going to be quite anti-Japan, didn't like either Japan or China when he was coming into office. The degree to which they went to those efforts is pretty astonishing. Again, that I think worked okay for 4 years. That would be hard to sustain for 8 years. So I think, yes, I think there is life after one term of Trump for a world order that I would like to see preserved and improved in many ways. I'm not sure. A second term really could be a different story.
I will go back to the projection into the future, but now having some small time before another guest will jump with a question, I would have a very quick question and quick answer asking you, in a month there are the elections. What would, I have no doubts that you both are keeping your finger crossed for Joe Biden, but what do you believe would be the key point, the breaking point in the elections? It's the COVID disease, it's economy, or it's China or some foreign policy issue? Just a short answer, both, first Charles and then Bill. What do you believe would be the key point of difference in election?
Well, Sasha, to be honest, if it weren't for the pandemic, I would have been quite worried about the outcome of the election. And I agree with Bill that 4 more years of Donald Trump will test the patience of our allies and test the order that has been built. And I too worry about what we both call the guardrails of American democracy. I'm not sure that the system would continue to function if Donald Trump is reelected. It's already been stressed, but I really would fear about the future of democracy in the country if Trump is reelected. But I do think that what is happening right now with the country effectively reeling from the pandemic, with the Trump administration quite visibly and unarguably having dropped the ball on dealing with the pandemic, with people out of work, with people not going to school. I think the average American is basically said, this guy has failed. And it's not just Democrats who feel that way. There are a lot of Trump supporters. There are a lot of moderate voters in the middle of the country who are suffering, who are looking at the hash that President Trump has made of the pandemic. And that's why I'm cautiously optimistic that things are going to go head in the right direction. And just, the last week, the president, the first lady, members of the top White House staff all come down with COVID-19. Nonetheless, they're still not wearing masks. They're still not engaging in social distancing. I mean, it's just really hard to understand what's going on. And I think I speak for many Americans.
Bill?
Yeah, I think that's right. I would just say that one way to put it, I think Trump never succeeded in expanding his base. I would have slightly bet against his reelection even a year ago. He was behind in the polls slightly and had never really improved above about 45% in his approval rating. But he was certainly in the game. He may still be slightly in the game, but much less so. And that's because a year ago, the concerns that someone like me had about his foreign policy, even about various aspects of domestic policy, the rule of law, they seemed more theoretical to a lot of voters. They were longer-term concerns, or even if they weren't that long-term, they didn't speak to the pocketbooks, to the experiences of an average voter necessarily. I can be very worried about the rule of law, but, the country's still functioning and so forth. This past year, it's really been brought home. I think the price we're paying both for the total mismanagement of the coronavirus, of the pandemic, the economic consequences of that, and the divisiveness. I'm struck, as you said, Sasha, at the beginning of this, very involved in this Republican voters against Trump, it's surprising how many of these voters are not simply moved by the economy or the pandemic, but by the riots, by the divisiveness. And they themselves could be quite conservative in many ways. They're not such big fans of, Black Lives Matter or of radical police reform, but they just think you can't have a country where you have they see the consequences of having a president, not a governor, not a senator, not a talk radio host, not a lot of rabble-rousers on the fringes or even in the Congress, but the actual president just continually exacerbating divisions, making people angrier, playing on anxieties. That's something we've been pretty well spared in this country for a long time. We've had demagogic senators, governors, as I say, talk radio, you name it, but not presidents usually, not always, but usually have tried to pacify the country at key moments, not exacerbate divisions. And I think people have been struck by just the price we're now paying for that, and they don't really want that for 4 more years.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, if my information is correct, we do have another participant at our discussion. We should have the Portuguese ambassador in Prague, Mr. Luis Almeida Sampaio, who would love to raise the question to you too. So, Ambassador Sampaio, are you there?
I am.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, Sasha. Hello, Charles and Bill. I am the ambassador of Portugal in Prague, but I was the ambassador of Portugal to NATO before, and before that to Berlin. And I worked in the private office of Manfred Werner during the critical, historical years of biggest changes across Europe. I am not going to comment, obviously, on internal US politics, as you may imagine, but I would like to focus on a key aspect of the the international relations landscape. You mentioned, and very well so, the big challenges to liberal democracies, the rise of China, Russia, all the other challenges that we could also go over, and they are many and they are very serious. But in my opinion, the key dimension for an international rules-based order and for a stable multilateral world is the transatlantic relationship. Without a sound transatlantic relationship, there is no West, there is no future to protect, to defend our democracies, our way of life, and the multilateral rules-based order. And the transatlantic relationship is embodied in NATO. NATO is really the home of the transatlantic relationship. And the gap between the two sides of the Atlantic did not start with Donald Trump. At the very beginning, at the very inception of the first Obama administration, the focus was much more on the Pacific, on Southeast Asia, rather than on bringing together more and more the two sides of the Atlantic. So the first part of my comment/question is what should be done from the United States side in order really not only to preserve but also to deepen, to foster the transatlantic relationship, not only because of the security burden sharing, Wales commitment, financial side of the equation, but also because of the fact that the transatlantic relationship embodies the values that join or should join the two sides, bring together the two sides of the Atlantic. So first question, what should be done from the US side? And then here on the European continent, we have also reasons to be blamed. Some sought the opportunity of this US administration and the drive of the previous administration towards the Pacific and Southeast Asia as a window to deepen the so-called strategic autonomy of Europe. So instead of focusing on reinforcing the European pillar of NATO, and that should be really the name of the game, to reinforce our common security by reinforcing the European pillar of NATO, they sought to create the so-called strategic autonomy, and even some spoke about the creation of an European army. That is extremely, extremely damaging to the transatlantic bond. And so I think that the second part of my question, the second part of the equation, what should the Europeans do from their side in order to create the conditions for both sides of the Atlantic to come together in a reinforced way to finally be able, as the patrons of liberal democracies, to face the challenges of a much more assertive and revisionist Russia and the rise of China that remains an autocratic regime. Thank you, Sasha. It is very nice to see you again, and also our American friends.
Thank you, Ambassador. I in particular appreciate your comments because I fully agree with what you have said. And before I would ask our two guests to respond to your question, maybe I would add some additional very concrete question. 4 years ago, when Trump was taking in office, we were afraid of one thing in Europe, in particular in Central and Eastern Europe, that due to the rising China and the challenge of China, there could be a temptation on the American side simply to sell us to the Russians in a way that, in a mirror model of what Henry Kissinger did in the early 1970s, when the United States were playing short-handed with the Soviet Union, they switched the Chinese with the Chinese side. So we were afraid that there could be a temptation in Washington, and Trump is is a businessman. So if he gets some offer from Russia, which would be more attractive than from Europe, that he simply can sell us to the Russians, to put it straightforward. So my question is that in second term, whether there is this kind of a danger if he is going to continue, or in one hand, if Joe Biden wins, what you expect. But please, of course, respond also to our Portuguese friends' question, because it's more general and very important one. So now maybe we can start with Bill, and then Charles would follow.
I mean, I guess, no, I don't. It's a big question, and the aspects to it. I guess I put it this way, I'm thinking about it as the ambassador spoke. My friend Bob Kagan, who you all know, and with whom I co-authored many, many pieces in the 90s and early 2000s, famously wrote that short book and famously quipped or said that, that we were America's from Mars and Europe is from Venus. I mean, we seem very different at the height of the differences over Iraq, and broader differences in a sense about the shape of the world to come, the EU dream, which could be characterized or in a cartoonish way, maybe, as peace and harmony and transcending history and transcending war, no need for military force and so forth. And then the U.S., which had a different attitude after 9/11. I think those differences seem much less now. I mean, I don't think we seem like two different planets, because we're both committed to liberal democracy, and which is under real threat. Not just sort of theoretical threat, or China many, many thousands of miles away, gradually building its economy, but in a very real way, including at home in the case of the U.S. and in many European countries, one sees a real erosion of what seemed to be a consensus for liberal democracy, for all of our differences, which I think in a way is therefore forced those of us who care a lot about liberal democracy, liberal institutions, both at home and abroad, to perhaps pull together. So there's a chance to build anew. I wouldn't say rebuild, because it's a new world, so it has to be thought about in a new way, but to build anew a little bit in the way people did perhaps 70, 75 years ago, a genuine alliance of liberal democracies, which then Charles and I can argue, I suppose, about how aggressive the U.S. should be in promoting that abroad and so forth, but a real commitment, whether it's a Bush-McCain type commitment or more of an Obama type commitment, and Biden maybe is a little bit in between, I guess, to defending liberal democracy and to fighting both, not just theoretically, but very practically, the dangers and the appeals of authoritarianism.
I would add
Charles.
that... should I go ahead, Sasha?
Go ahead.
Okay. I sort of think about the problem from the inside out. That is to say that the first order of business, assuming that Joe Biden were to win, would be to work inside the United States to make the country recognizable and functional again. I think Bill and I would both agree that in many respects, American political life has just really gone down the drain in terms of the open racism, the intercommunal divisions, the polarization, the insults across the aisle, and I think the lack of trust in democratic institutions. And so even if NATO exists and the institutions exist, we need to get our democratic societies back on their feet. And this is a common problem. Britain is suffering through a very strange political moment, Hungary, Poland, other countries in the EU. So this is a collective agenda, and we can talk about it together, but it does strike me that if we don't get the kind of democratic spirit back in good shape inside our countries, it's never going to work among our countries. The second task would be to rebuild transatlantic solidarity. And, you know, having worked with Joe Biden on almost a daily basis for almost 3 years, I can assure you that it's hard to find somebody who's more of an Atlanticist. It's in his DNA. He went to Ukraine 6 times as vice president. He was always on the phone to Poroshenko and others. He cares deeply about the link between the United States and Europe, and he would invest in rebuilding that link, both institutionally, but also the deeper democratic roots of the relationship. Is there still going to be a kind of pivot to Asia? Sure. I mean, China is in some ways the big story of our time. And coming to one question that you raised, Sasha, one implication of a Trump second term, as far as I'm concerned, is that would effectively push Europe into the arms, not just of the Russians, but of the Chinese. Not because they want to go that direction, but because I think they would feel that the Atlantic option becomes more and more remote if the American people select Trump for 4 more years. My final point, I think this debate about strategic autonomy and EU security versus NATO security is to some extent a red herring. My view is that the more capable Europe becomes, the more Europe invests in military capability, we will figure out how to make use of it, and the more attention the United States will pay to Europe because Europe is a better partner. So I think we should spend less time arguing about the theology of institutions and more time arguing about how Europeans can pool sovereignty and invest better in defense capability, and then we will figure out how to make the best use of it.
If I may go back to China for a while, because without any doubts, it's the greatest challenger for the United States. There is, I think, a large majority of Americans, what I see in many public opinion polls like Pew Foundation, so 75% of Americans are afraid of China. So if you expect Joe Biden to win, what is your, because Charles is more realist, as I remember from the foreign policy studies, Bill tends to toward more idealism. But there's one thing in common. China is a challenger, both as a very authoritarian system, so it's a challenger for ideals. And at the same time, China is also a challenger in terms of the realpolitik. So what do you expect Joe Biden would do if he wins to match this China challenge? Would he select let's say, the weapons rather from the ideological arsenal, or would he play this also in the terms of the power politics and the balance of power? Charles.
I think that the U.S. relationship with China will, under the best of circumstances, be fraught and bumpy in the years ahead, regardless of whether Trump or Biden wins. And that's because there are underlying conflicts of interest over geopolitics, over trade, over human rights, over politics. And we know from history that when you have a new rising power, the reigning hegemon, to put it in political science terms, doesn't feel comfortable, and there is usually rising tension over the relationship as that power dynamic kicks in. I do think that you would see a different emphasis if Joe Biden came in several respects. One is that there would be China policy. I don't think we really have policy on anything right now. We have tweets. The president tweets something, and then the Washington community scrambles to figure out what he meant and to catch up. And so there really isn't a systematic orientation on really and anything, including China. A second area where I think Biden would be different is I think there would be a united front on the trade issue. That is to say, rather than picking a trade fight with everybody under the sun, as Trump has done, I think Biden would try to stand shoulder to shoulder with our key trading partners, such as Japan, South Korea, the EU, Canada, Mexico, and put pressure on China collectively to play by the rules and level the playing field. Final point is I think there would be more of a strategic dialogue with China. There is no real sustained conversation with the Chinese about anything. It's about tweets, it's about photo opportunities, but there's no real substance. I think that Biden would try to restore some kind of functioning strategic dialogue with Beijing. Whether that would succeed in improving the relationship and breaking through on some of the many issues of conflict, that is too soon to tell.
Bill?
Yeah, it's so hard to, I think Charles is undoubtedly right in what a President Biden would want to do. And, you know, the world might stay quiet for a while and allow him to do more. Things could blow up in so many different ways. I mean, the degree to which we have been silent, from my point of view, about Hong Kong and about the Uyghurs, and just failed to make the most basic arguments for human rights and for treating people decently is, I think, wrong, a big mistake. You know, the Chinese regime is both very strong and possibly quite weak. You just never know with these kinds of dictatorships. And it's both, you know, had huge successes and somewhat has been drained of legitimacy in the sense that it is a little bit like France in the 1780s, perhaps, where the legitimacy is based on success. If they ever just hit a bigger bump in the road economically or in other ways, one wonders what happens internally. So in which case, the best thing we can do is simply be strong and ready, strong internally. That's absolutely right that Charles stressed that. And have strong relationships with our democratic allies there and elsewhere. So I don't know that I have any particular theory about China. People are too quick to assume, as with everything else, you know, the Soviet Union was going to last forever, or this Chinese regime is going to last forever. Things change. The best thing you can do when things change is ready and be, I think, and make sure the forces of liberal democracy are strong and robust, both internally and in terms of cooperating among themselves.
Well, I remember 20 years ago, at the turn of millennium, you were both trying, you know, to predict, to make some kind of a prediction for 21st century. Charles Kupchan wrote this book about the end of the American era and recommending, you know, the U.S. to play in equilibrium. Bill Kristol has established this project for the new American century, strongly favoring, you know, the continuation of the U.S. leadership. In the last couple of years, we were somehow stuck between the promise of let's make America great again, and on the other hand, the evaluation that there is no U.S. leadership at all. So if I ask you now as the political scientist, you know, what is your prediction for the U.S. role in the world, for not for the whole 21st century, but at least for the next 30 years after all what has happened? So I don't know who is willing to respond first. Maybe Bill is smiling, so Bill, the turn is yours now.
That's pretty tough, Sasha. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how many of us predicted many of these things over the last 40, 50 years. You know, historians and political scientists look back and it all looks kind of orderly. Truman invented whatever he invented, and then things played out. And of course, you forget the incredible back and forth and chaos of Korea and Vietnam and the 70s and 80s in Europe and here, and then the suddenness of the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I always have that caution in making predictions. I mean, I think I know what I would like, but I came to Washington in 1985 as a young person working in domestic politics, really, in the Reagan administration. And I just assumed, like every young conservative Reaganite anti-communist of that era, that was kind of what we would be doing for the next 20, 30, 40 years, trying to weaken the Soviet Union. No one expected 1989. So the lesson I take from that is the limits of what one can predict. But I guess I do think it is unlikely that the history of the next 25 years will be a happy history if the U.S. withdraws from the world, if we go to an America First policy, or even a sort of, let's call it a nicer version of America First, where we just assume that the democracies will do fine elsewhere, and then the people who believe in freedom will do fine, and the arc of history bends towards freedom or justice, and so we don't have to do too much. I guess I'm sufficiently skeptical about that that things work out necessarily on their own, that I'm for, a strong U.S. leadership role, and then we can debate exactly what that should be and how that would work out in practice. So I'm skeptical that we'll have a happy 21st century with a withdrawn or weakened, self-weakened United States.
Charles?
I think Donald Trump has brought together individuals of disparate ideological orientation, because there isn't much daylight between Bill and myself on any of the issues that we've been talking about, which is comforting to me. I guess I would number one say that the first order of business is, as I mentioned, to get our own house in order. Like Bill, I think that the United States, working with its democratic allies, has on balance bent the arc of history in the right direction. And I'm not sure that will continue if the United States and its key democratic allies are stumbling like they are today. And I would simply say, we are living through an extraordinarily dangerous moment. Complacency is unwise at this time because things are happening in the world that I never thought imaginable. The plain and ugly truth is that nativism actually works reasonably well, and that we've seen people like Trump and other leaders around the world appeal to people's darker instincts for political gain, and it has to some extent worked. And we need to make sure that we beat back that tide. Otherwise, I do fear that the kind of liberal anchor of the world is going to continue to deteriorate. Second point I'd make is that even if the West comes back to its senses and solidarity is rebuilt, it's going to operate in a new world. And what I mean by that is, the U.S. and its democratic partners used to represent the lion's share of global GDP and military spending. And over time, as China rises, as India rises, as other countries come online, that kind of traditional community of democracies is going to have to share leadership, is going to have to work with non-democracies and other countries to sustain a rules-based order. That's not going to be easy. It's important, however, to keep that in mind. I think it would be a mistake for the Biden people to come in under a rubric of restoration, of renewal, of rebuilding. As he says, you got to build back better. That's true not just at home, but abroad, because we will be operating in a new political, economic, and geopolitical environment. But as I said, Sasha, this is perhaps the most important political moment of our lifetimes. We should be aware of that and realize that our first and second and third priorities are to get our own houses in order. If our lights are not on at home, we're never going to be able to deal with the Russias and Chinas of the world.
We here in Europe, in particular in Central Europe, we were happy and lucky if the United States were like a beacon of freedom and the values. So we have 2 minutes remaining, so very quick answers to my last question. So once you put your house in order, is there a danger of United States isolating in itself or not?
I'll take a quick stab. I think that the U.S. does have to retrench, particularly from the quote-unquote forever wars in the Middle East, to make sure that its foreign policy enjoys the support of the public. So I view a kind of retrenchment, a trimming of the sails, as a way of rebuilding support for core missions. In other words, the United States needs to step back, but it would be a huge mistake to step away. We learned that the hard way in the 1930s when the U.S. stood by idly in the face of Japanese and Nazi Germany's military aggression. We need to make sure that that never happens again.
Thank you. And Bill?
I mean, short term, there's obviously, and you saw this with both President Obama and President Trump, a certain weariness with the wars. I could argue against that. I could argue that Syria, the non-intervention in Syria has been more disastrous than all of our interventions, but I'm not sure that that would be a majority view in the U.S. But I don't think over the medium term or longer term, the U.S. is going to be able to persuade itself, and our citizens will persuade themselves that they'll be just fine in a world in which we don't pay any attention to things like climate change and world health on the one hand, or the possibilities of nuclear proliferation, or authoritarian regimes flexing their muscles, intervening in our elections, and so forth on the other. So I think reality will force the U.S. back into a reasonably internationalist mode.
Thank you very, very much. We have 8 remaining seconds, so I just wish you all the best, and hopefully we'll stay engaged together in the West. Thank you very, very much.
Well, thank you, Sasha and Charles.
Nice to see you both. Take care.
Tak, jste tam?
Hi.
Hi, hello. So,
well, good evening. Welcome to a coffee table conversation. We will be discussing today basically the highlights of day 2 of Forum 2000. It's great to be listening and hearing all the amazing speakers that we've heard for the last 2 days. Joining me tonight are Nyaradzo Mashayamombe from Zimbabwe and Šarūnas Liekis from Lithuania, sharing their highlights. I would like to share what I personally took away from day 2, even though the first day, I really enjoyed the first day. Today, for me, the most interesting takeaways were from the panel called Will Authoritarians Shape the Norms of a Digital Era? And there were several really interesting points mentioned, but my takeaways would be something that one of the speakers, Garry Kasparov, mentioned about technology and it being agnostic. Also, the fact that democratic world needs to develop shared strategy, and I think this was repeated over and over again in most of the panels since day 1. And I think this is probably one of the common conclusions from the Forum 2000 until today. And also a point about values. Values are integral in these efforts. And I absolutely agree, especially once again, kind of drawing on many of the comments and statements and presentations made during this Forum 2000, just how important values are. I'll pass on the floor to my wonderful panelists. Perhaps who would like to take the floor? The floor is yours. Maybe Nyaradzo would like to start.
Oh, sure. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Greetings from Zimbabwe. It's in the evening. So I will try to give my takeaways from the 3 panels that really struck a chord for me. The first panel was "We the end of responsible citizenry." And so for me, as a person who also works in the grassroots, it was really an interesting panel to note that one of the speakers actually thought that strong citizenry actually equals strong civil society to make governments accountable. So when citizens are strengthened, when they're educated, when they're empowered, governments are actually able to be held accountable. Then civil society is able to work with the citizens, and the citizens are able to hold their leadership accountable. And then we learned that in Georgia, for example, there was an emphasis on the need for strong grassroots activism. So have stronger voices. And then there was also the issue of voting for populistic leaders, which was alluded to be killing democracy. We are seeing this across the world, actually, even in Africa, where it's no longer even within the opposition themselves. It's about populism, people voting for populistic leaders, not necessarily the substance that those leaders are bringing. And then we see that another panelist mentioned the issue of the growing freedom of speech. However, there was a quick mention that while the freedom of speech is growing, there's also the backlash of the misuse of technology, which has become harmful as well. And then there was also a mention that more and more citizens are asking leadership important questions. Again, an example was given about women who are beginning to ask to say, if I vote for you, how is my life going to change? And so that was actually an amazing story, actually, from that panel. And then there was a conversation on Asia, the new center of the global battle of ideas. I was very interested in this sense that I felt a sense that the whole panel, the world is recognizing the impact of China, and so the assertiveness of China seems to be rocking the world and leading the global order through its authoritarian tactics, including the way it is. Including the way it handled the coronavirus. So there was actually a mention of how the authoritarian leadership of China, which was said to be lacking of transparency, whereas if it had shared if it had been more transparent, information would have been shared earlier, and the global spread of coronavirus would not have happened. But it was also recognized that the same tactics of authoritarian surveillance, use of technology, actually was then used by China to combat the coronavirus at the end, when coronavirus was now raging havoc across the world. There was also a mention of how China's authoritarian surveillance, and I mentioned how this has actually affected how it enabled the control of the coronavirus. There was also an interesting question on whether the relations with China and countries such as the US threaten a world war, a cold world war. Yeah. So that was a question that I also found very interesting. Just the alluding of the fact that China seems to be increasing its assertiveness, its aggression, its tactics, and also it was recognized that at the same time the United States, during its own election, seems to now be playing the hate China card, which is also populistic. So it's also something that I realized that was interesting in that. So it was also interesting also to note that a suggestion from one speaker who urged the superpowers to also compete with China on its impact on Africa. As an African, I found that very, very interesting, that urging that China cannot be left. Maybe I think the point was China cannot be left unchecked. Therefore, other people must intervene and see what China is doing in countries such as in Africa. And lastly, the activated citizenry was my third panel, where there was a discussion on the need for change in tactics for engaging for pro-democracy protests. And one speaker actually said that they moved from just being an activist to being a politician. And I hope I got that right. And there was a conversation around the need for activists to begin and start their own political party to bring an alternative. So for now, I think that was my major takeaways.
That's a very extensive overview of what you thought important. But I think also just to add that populism, I feel like it was mentioned over and over again, pretty much since they won the rise in populism, the authoritarian regimes and how they're using technology, whether for surveillance purposes or how the use of surveillance technology actually increased during the pandemic, especially among the authoritarian regimes. My next panelist, I would also like to hear a few words from Šarūnas. Please share with us your takeaways from day two.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting to speak. This is the first time I'm speaking in this kind of capacity in a distance mode, and this is a big honor. At the same time, I want to say that this is kind of very not only to have honor of speaking with you, but also kind of privilege to see everything from a distance. And this kind of distance allows you a little bit, to be kind of to give everything in the retrospective, because many of the topics, though you're outside, but very close to Czech Republic, this allows you to see, to have your angle. And actually, when you're physically present at the conference, this kind of angle you can express much easier than sitting a few hundred kilometers or thousands of kilometers away. I mean, I'm sitting a few hundred kilometers away, and this allows you to have more kind of let's say different perspective on everything, because the best is seen when you are from outside. So I think this event which we had for a couple of days is important, because it allows all of us to see it from outside. Because before we would sit in the hall in beautiful Prague, and right now we are, everybody is sitting outside and he has his own perspective on everything. At the same time, on the panels as well, and at the same time is not able actively to bring in, their own angle. So. When I'm looking at the program and looked at the sessions, for example, the stand with Belarus. I mean, because they are the neighbors very close to us, and from the very beginning we were following the story closely. There was engagement of all different parties in our country, in Lithuania. So politicians, civil society, Tsikhanouskaya herself, she's here. So it allows you her presentations and the whole discussion on Belarus allows you to see it also in a certain way with the Czech eyes and with the eyes of the other participants. And this is a great contribution towards understanding of importance of the whole movement in Belarus, because very often there is a local political context. In Lithuania the elections were coming, they're looming, so the politicians were very active. At the same time, you see the importance of the whole movement for the human rights and prevention of torture by the police, for example, how it's important for the human rights generally, not only for the self-determination, political self-determination of the people of Belarus. And this naturally topic is closely related to activated citizens, because Belarusian topic and activated citizens naturally both topics are interrelated. The rest, for example, I noticed that on some other issues, for example, COVID in Latin America, completely unknown for everybody and for me including, you hear about the numbers in Brazil, you hear the numbers in Argentina. or in Peru, but it doesn't relate very much, in reality to what we see here in Europe and the way it's handled in Europe. So I think it helps in terms of not only of knowledge, but also in terms of real experience and real exchange of views, not only from the point of how the crisis is managed, but also from the point of the practitioners, to what extent practitioners are able to share the experience and to apply experience in certain countries, for example, let's say Brazil, and how you can bring this experience to Turkey, let's say, or to Lithuania or to Czech Republic. So this is very important. Then I would like also to stress the session on liberal order of war, and this session is very interesting. Apart from many things which are in circulation around us, I mean the main issues related to present tensions, especially China-focused issues like Hong Kong, Taiwan. We see many things that are related to technological rivalry between major players, international major players, the role of China in all these tensions. And I think the main contribution of this session is especially important because it talks about peace and war. And as we know, all our efforts, all our efforts in everyday life and in our, aims, the purpose, what we are doing in our everyday job is related to one extent or another extent to the preservation of peace, because otherwise, in war you get destroyed everything. And so the question of peace and war is of great importance to everybody. And the fact that this kind of long relative peace and stability of post-Second World War era that connects us to the liberal international order, and we have to thank this international law order for such a long period of peace. At the same time, we witness, protracted civil wars that are lasting already as well. In many corners of the world, and in Europe, it's not excluded. Post-socialist, for example, destruction of ex-Yugoslavia, in ex-Soviet sphere of influence. If you take, for example, post-Soviet republics, the conflicts over there, Transnistria, Tajikistan, and right now we're speaking about Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh or Czech is, in everybody's mouth, when we're speaking about major tensions around. And however, it's important that the major players are seeing the possibility. I'm sorry,
Tomáš, we will need to wrap up because we're over time.
Okay, and so it's important that the main leaders and the main players of the international scene, they are maintaining and strengthening peace. And though we speak about blurred bipolarity, sometimes we slip in some of the regions into multipolarity because of the nature of politics in the United States and China, for example, and especially U.S. factors influencing this kind of us moving into the direction of multipolarity. And so all the alternatives from the liberal order should be taken seriously. So because I'm over my time, so I'd like, to thank for the attention, and I hope I helped somehow, to highlight the main points.
I think it was great. Thank you so much. I wish this time that we allocated for us was a little longer, because obviously, as you can see, we can just, continue talking about our, highlights and takeaways. But one thing on Tsikhanouskaya, I think it was really important to have her speak at Forum 2000 and address the audience and share what is being discussed within the movement and what's happening on the ground. And of course, one thing that she mentions when she's asked what do people of Belarus want, the word respect. I think that's sort of, wraps it all really neatly into one package. I would like to thank everyone who participated today, who attended the sessions. Don't forget and join the third day of Forum 2000 tomorrow, once again starting at 2 o'clock. I personally am looking forward to a session with Derek Mitchell, Jan Dundar, and Shirin Ebadi. It's called Autocracies on the March. And I'm pretty sure the women rights in time of crisis is also going to be quite fascinating. So lots of really interesting panels to look forward to tomorrow. Tune in, don't forget, and thank you so much for watching. Bye, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Václav Havel, Yoe Sasakwawa, and Elie Wiesel founded Forum 2000 for a purpose.
We have to use the past to not becoming our children's future.
Thank you very much. I am honored to be here, and I want to thank President Havel for convening another extraordinary gathering of Forum 2000.
So those people, please think more seriously, and we should develop new ideas, and then important is implementation.
Dámy a pánové, vážení přítomní, já vás co nejsrdečněji vítám na konferenci Forum 2000.
The world is upside down. How should we put it back together? Are we able to act responsibly? Can we work together, play by the rules, and restore solidarity? Let's use this crisis as an opportunity. A new world emerging? Watch the online Forum 2000 conference, October 12th to 14th.